Hey, Mark.
Hello.
I got June.
You got me, Phil.
I got you, June and Joe.
Hey, Chance.
Hey, Chance. Not everything's a competition with me. I just like messing with you guys.
Oh, I know it.
Hopefully my phone won't keep closing out. I don't know why it keeps doing it.
Well,
Never had that happen before. So,
one minute you're there, and the next minute you've completely disappeared.
Yeah, so who knows? But
Chance, how are you doing? Are you enjoying nice Florida weather like we are?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
It's cold here.
Your habitat looks like mine.
Yeah.
Gotcha, Sandra.
Hey,
Sandra.
There's Sister Phyllis. Ooh, doesn't she look beautiful today?
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Did Lou said he's doing your hair lately.
Yeah.
Your hair looks very nice.
Yes. Oh, how pretty.
Oh, thank you.
You look gorgeous. There's Kimberly. Shabbat shalom, Kimberly.
Shabbat shalom.
Hey Joe, I seen that honking fish you caught there. That thing was a honker.
Oh my.
Boy, did you see June's?
Yeah, I don't even know how she picked that thing up. That thing was enormous. Have you ever seen that show called River Monsters?
Yeah.
That's right there. I said I couldn't believe it. I said, "What is that? A dolphin or something?"
It's a once in a lifetime.
Now, Chance, you have to give Joe credit for the one he caught.
Yeah, that's right.
I didn't see these fish. Where were they?
That's exactly it.
June got a 10.32 pound largemouth bass.
Oh,
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
That was a bass.
That was a largemouth bass.
Yes.
Yes.
How big? How big was it?
32 pounds.
10.3.
Oh, awesome. I've caught one close to that. But I took it and I measured it on my fishing, put it from the handle up to where that writing is. So that's not, my buddy told me to do that one time, and it's kind of cool because then every time you pick up that pole, you think about that fish. You know what I mean?
That's pretty neat. Yeah.
Kind of a good idea, but yeah, that's awesome. What'd you catch it on?
A plastic flat tail worm. So
Like a Texas rig?
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what I caught mine on too.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah.
It was
You don't
over
even give them real food to
Do
catch
what?
them? You don't even give them real food to catch them with?
No,
No.
it's plastic bait.
She faked him off.
Well, and they're weedless, so you can run them through the cover where those fish always are. It seems like
That's
so.
right.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, that was fun. That's our first day here, so it kind of just like made the trip.
Fish
Yeah,
are
for
a
sure.
When you coming back?
Oh, we still got a week and a half to go.
Oh,
Yeah.
nice vacation.
Yes. And Juliana's doing real well. Her sisters are taking turns taking care of her. And she went to the doctor and called me, and she was so excited. The doctors did her x-rays and said that she was healing miraculously fast for her injuries.
I wonder why.
Yeah, praise Yahusha for that. So we just keep, he said it's just crazy. He couldn't believe how well she's healing. So they're letting her put a little bit of weight on her right foot now. So the left one is.
Can you all hear me?
We
Yeah.
gotcha.
As soon as somebody went off or came on,
Chance fell off.
I can't hear you all. Bye.
Ah.
Well,
Everyone coming and going.
Sandra,
Phil's
what
not
you up
dropped off
to?
yet. Look at that. He's still hanging in there.
Sandra, you been fishing lately? I bet Kimberly has.
There's
I have 2 ponds and my boys fish, but I don't fish that much since when I was a youth, I'd outfish the guys, but I got 5 boys to raise. I ain't got time. Maybe when I get them raised, maybe in about 8 more years.
Chance, how's your mom?
She's on her way here. I'll probably be spotty today on but she's
Good.
sounds like she's doing good. She's got an oxygen mask and stuff, so
Okay. Okay.
yeah.
That's good. Yeah.
We're all gonna go sit down by the beach. I'm gonna sit there and read and probably let the kids go run up and down the beach. See Yahuwah's great creation.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
the first time I've seen the ocean. Do you know when I walked out there?
That's what he said.
My breath, I was like, oh my goodness. I just looked up at Yahuwah and I said, hallelujah, look at this.
Awesome.
It's unbelievable, isn't it?
Oh my goodness. It's breathtaking. But that drive says something else, man.
How
Wow.
many hours was that, Chance?
It's 24-hour drive.
Okay, I
but-
looked up. Did you do the whole thing all at one time? You didn't, did you?
Oh no. We did two days of hotels. But it's just with a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old, it's something else. It was really hard on them. It was really hard on them.
It's easier if you just tie them on top.
Yeah.
Now, I remember when we used to make the trips with the kids when they were little and I was homeschooling. I would just homeschool while we were on that long trip going to the next campground, wherever it was. And they'd say, Mom, do we have to do math? Why do we have to do math? And I said, well, we're not doing anything else. We're just sitting in the car traveling. So we can do math while we travel. So I did a lot of schooling on the road.
Hey.
That would have been a good idea. It's just, it was tough for them because,
Where are we at?
you know,
I'm not seeing anybody but us.
Well,
Oh, there we go.
where did you go? Where did you go, Chance?
Woo! There's the fashion model today.
Bella.
So pretty. We got Mark playing
Mark
with us.
must be
He's
doing-
playing with us.
Isabella, come say hi. Shabbat shalom. Hallelujah.
Oh,
Isabella.
Shabbat Shalom,
Yahuwah.
Isabella.
Shabbat shalom.
Yahuwah.
Oh, how precious you
It's a
are.
pretty dress.
Yes, you're cute.
They said you pretty
How
dress.
beautiful you are. You're beautiful, like a little flower.
What do you do? Where are you at? Are you at the ocean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's so I found some shells. See?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
You get to take them back home with you, don't you?
Yeah.
Yes. She's so pretty.
You want really cool ones? Look at
Oh, yes.
Oh, wow.
That was a gorgeous one. There's Miss Kimberly. She's being the star.
5 boys, man.
look at this one. It's called,
she-
it's called starfish, but it's
Oh, it's a
Oh,
starfish. There's Sister
starfish.
Sandra. Boy, it might put you in the spotlight, doesn't it? There's Phil. He's
Dude,
feeding.
you see this really cool
Cat.
one? Look at
Yeah. Hold on.
Yeah.
Hey,
Now let me see it, Isabella. Oh, there's
hey.
Roz.
Shabbat shalom, everybody.
Gotta watch out for Mark today. He's,
Roz with the cause.
I tell you, when he says Oz, I think Roz at times, and
get confused.
yeah.
I think I can scoot back a little bit. I feel really sideways.
I can't go any further. My leg.
Yeah, your chair's sideways, so that makes mine sideways. There we go.
Yeah, I guess first time.
You know, I've been reading Jeremiah with fresh eyes, which is y'all can correct me, Jeremy Yahoo. But I've been reading it with fresh eyes, and it talks about the paths a lot, the old paths, the old ways, and that the priests have forgotten or have led them astray and falsely taught them. You know.
That's great. I started doing Jeremiah again this week myself. I picked that up a couple of days ago and started reading back through it again. So that's pretty neat.
Adam's been recording Second Malachim, and it just seems like sovereign after sovereign. He went in the ways of his ancestors. He walked against Yahuwah. He did this, and then here comes somebody that walks in his ways, and he dies off in 2 years. I'm like, what?
It's so nice to see you, Phyllis. I asked special prayer for you in another group that I'm in, and the power of God was so strong that we were sure you would have great recovery, and it's so nice to see you.
Well, thank you very much. I do want to report that one treatment, and I've already seen a lessening of the fluids draining from my lung capacity. So just one treatment. I can't wait to see what the next one does. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Hey, are any of you familiar with the writings of Eliyahu? Have any of you ever read that? It's part of an apocrypha writing, but it's actually interesting how truthful it is. It says it's the writings of Eliyahu, and it says, he declares that it's the writing of his own hand, but it's all about like overcoming your flesh and becoming spiritual in nature, and the writings of the ancients in the order of Hanuk and stuff. It's actually really, really interesting because it's spot on with the word of Yahuwah. It's like really spot on. It's not like, twisted. It actually has a lot of good information in there. I was wondering if any of you ever came across that book.
I have a Geneva Bible, but it's so small because I got like it's a 1560, and so you have to read it with a magnifying glass, and then you have to remember all the vowel changes to even get anything out of it. I've only read a tiny bit of the apocryphas.
I have 5 different translations. I have the BYNV. I love. It's a good translation. I also have a Yah scripture. The Yah scriptures has 103 books in it, and then I got a At Safar. Then I got also KJV. So I got quite a few. I have 2 BYNVs. But yeah, my favorites, BYNV and the Yah scriptures. Those are my go-tos out of them all.
I don't know anything about the Yah, but I started out with Hallelujah scriptures, and the Spirit of God just kept pushing me to find something else. And so when a friend of mine introduced me to the BYNV, I tried it. And I read one to death. I got one. The giant print is the case, the covering's off, and I got pages missing. So I got myself one of these. They're bound pretty good, and I've been copying my markings, my highlights over, and that's why I'm looking at things with fresh eyes when I go over to to mark them. I'm learning as I thought that this would just be a quick review and I would just go through here and just mark. But instead, the Holy Spirit's highlighting things to me and I'm reading it and I'm really getting something out of it. The Ruach HaKodesh, of course.
Yeah, so I did pray to Ab Yahuwah for a translation that had his name in it, and he answered that prayer through Phyllis and Lou. I actually prayed, and I was drawn to join this actual assembly a while back. And as soon as I joined this assembly, I'm sitting there, and Phyllis hardly knew me, and she just decided to say, "Chance, what is your address? I have something for you." And I was like, well, that's my sister hardly knows me. And she sent me a BYNV. This was all done through Yahuwah and an answered Palal. You know, I asked Yahuwah because I was stuck in a KJV. And I was scratching out GOD and LORD with a pencil, just digging in there. And I'm like, man, finally I just got stressed out about it. And I just was broke, went into prayer to Ab Yahuwah and asked him if there was a translation with his name in it. And I was drawn to this assembly, and I came onto the assembly nervous as all heck. Could barely breathe. I'm just like, oh, this is nerve-wracking, Got onto this assembly, and Phyllis just comes out of nowhere, and she's like, "Chance, I'm going to need your address." And bam, this BYNV lands right in my lap. You remember that, Phyllis?
I remember it, Chance, but I need to tell you, I was not the one behind it. All praise and esteem to you.
Yeah, absolutely. It's an answered prayer. Isn't that amazing? Hallelujah. I know I pray. I just, man, I can just spread forth my hands to Yahuwah. Hallelujah. Barak Yahuwah for that. I mean, he literally worked through so much there and answered this prayer. That is such a powerful witness. I'm like, I could feel this presence right now. Yahuwah hears us and he moves us. He works in us and he does answer our prayers. Hallelujah.
Back when I had the KJV only, my husband would get mad at me and say I was just I had a problem with authority because I would, every time I'd see the word LORD, especially in Ephesians, I go, "That's just not right. It's just not right. That's not the way he wants to come across," because I've had many visits to heaven already. And yeah. So once I found out that LORD was really bad, I really was happy because it would really hurt my heart to even speak it, But then out of habit, sometimes I still slip up.
There's Brother Mark.
Shabbat shalom, everybody.
Shabbat shalom.
Y'all like that new feature, solo layout? Y'all like it? This is new.
It's fun when it's somebody else. No.
Yeah, they've been working on their website. I don't know if that's why we're having all these problems, but
man, I didn't know I looked like that close up. Don't ever do that again. I just can't.
What are you talking about, man? What you talking about? All right. Deuteronomy, we left off after 20, so we're starting on chapter 21 today. And more repetitive stuff, actually, but 21 here basically focusing on communal responsibility, right rulings, and family ethics. Who would like to start us off today? June, go ahead.
When anyone is found slain, lying in the field in the land which Yahuwah your Elohim is giving you to possess, and it is not known who smote him, then your elders and your judges shall go out, and they shall measure the distance from the slain man to the cities round about. And it shall be that the elders of the city nearest to the slain man shall take a heifer, which has not been worked, and which is not pulled with a yoke. And the elders of that city shall bring the heifer down to a wadi with flowing water, which is neither plowed nor sown. And they shall break the heifer's neck there in the wadi. And the priests, the sons of Levi, shall come near, for Yahuwah your Elohim has chosen them to serve him and to bless in the name of Yahuwah. And by their mouth every strife and every stroke is tried. And let all the elders of that city nearest to the slain man wash their hands over the heifer whose neck was broken in the wadi. And they shall answer and say, our hands have not shed this blood, nor have our eyes seen it. O Yahuwah, forgive your people Yasharel, whom you have redeemed, and do not allow innocent blood in the midst of your people Yasharel. And the blood guilt shall be pardoned to them. Thus you purge the guilt of innocent blood from your midst when you do what is right in the eyes of Yahuwah.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so 1 through 9 here is the atonement for unsolved murders in Israel. And so when a murder victim is found and the murderer is unknown, the elders from the nearest city has to perform rituals with the heifer for purification of the land. A blood guilt offering. Okay. And so why would you think this is? What's this demonstrate?
Well, they did the same thing. They put their hand on the head of any animal that was being sacrificed to roll back their sins.
Okay, but what is this demonstrating, this ritual? Well, what's the purpose of it? Phyllis?
So that the city won't carry the sin of the murder on their shoulders.
Here's it. Look. Yes. Anybody else?
Just to cleanse the land.
Okay, to cleanse the land. So it's required to maintain the divine purity of the land. Because remember, this is where Yahuwah dwells. This is why all this is, it sounds like, and it is, sounds like, atonement for sin. But really, if you really think about it, it's required for purification to keep the land clean so that Yahuwah can dwell with them there. That's what it's really about, isn't it? Purification. And when something like this happens, then it rolls into restoration. So it can go back into purification so that Yahuwah's presence can be there with them. Everybody picking up what I'm laying down on that?
I got a quick question, really. How would you do that for a property that you think might have had something happen on it at this time?
Well, this is for the land where Yahuwah dwells, and this would be Israel. This ain't really speaking of the world, is it, or the nations outside of Israel? Oh, you mean today? Like if something happens on your property?
Well, I bought a piece of property where there was so much witchcraft, even what we call the shortcut to the barn. Me and my sons would fall down choking, like something had a hold of our neck, choking us. And we've prayed for the land, anointed the land, done all kinds of things, and improved the living, and improve that spot. My son, he doesn't like me calling his name online, but he asked God to remove whatever was there and move it to somewhere else, and that's how we're able to walk through the shortcut again.
Yeah, I mean, probably. I mean, first of all, you would want to clean everything out of your house, out of the property that has anything to do with witchcraft, paganism, anything like that, including crosses, pictures of the J-Man, pictures of other mighty ones, names, believe it or not, like Nikki, and things of, on clothing and shoes and all this other stuff, we would probably be included. And if you really want to get down to the nitty gritty, poor translations should be removed too. And so to clean would be to remove anything and everything that would be offensive to Yahuwah. And then once that's done, then I would boldly walk the land, proclaiming the land to belong to Yahuwah and telling the demons to get out. They're not welcome there. Don't come back. So you would kind of do an exorcism of the land. Okay.
Thank you.
But you got to have yourself put together too, man. I mean, just like, remember the sons of the priest that was running around trying to exercise, perform exodus in the name of Yahusha, and the demon basically said, "Who are you?" And they attacked him, beat him up, stripped him naked, and threw him out and beat him up. Even though they were using the Yahusha's name, they weren't buying it. Why? Because there was no power behind the name. Why? Because it wasn't Yahusha proclaiming his name. It was just a man doing it. So in other words, he didn't have the Ruach HaKodesh. The priest's son did not have the Ruach HaKodesh in them like Paul did. So it was not Paul doing it. It was Yahusha doing it through Paul. So you got to be careful about what you're doing tui. You can't just go out there marching around ordering demons around. You don't have the Ruach HaKodesh in you. I would highly, I would say not to do it. But if you have the Ruach and your house is clean, the property's clean, everything's offensive to Yahuwah, and you feel like you're a daughter of light, son of light, and you have the Ruach HaKodesh in you, then by all means, run them out of there. It's your land. You're sold over your area.
Right. I had a vision of one of those, those Jewish candles where it just has a little oil holder with a hole and a light. It's supposed to light it, a hole for the light, and it lighting another candle, and the candle it lit had a spirit that came off of it, like kind of a airy but wax substance flipped over out of the candle, and it was a Santa Claus on his belly laughing. So very interesting, right?
Right, want to get rid of that one.
Well, I don't know what that is yet, so which candle that is. But it was a dream that to say get more of their junk out, right? Look for more junk.
Yeah, something. Got to get rid of something. Yeah. Okay. And you know what? This even includes purifying our minds. It's called spiritual deliverance. This is what I kind of was trying to hit on last night. When you have Tezria, which means she conceives, and Metsora, which is infected one, and then you use these words together, okay, and now these two words means together, you're asking for spiritual cleansing, not just physical healing, but wholeness, physical and spiritual, meaning that your spiritual deliverance has come, and meaning born again. You're now a spiritual child. See what I'm saying? So this is a spiritual cleansing. And it's what we're hitting on here in Deuteronomy 21 as well. So in other words, man, you got to clean out your mind too. So we have to unlearn everything that we've learned. We have to use exegesis. We have to become spiritual children and cleanse not only the flesh, but also our minds, our spiritual being must be cleansed, because it can be destroyed with the body in Gehenna if it's not. So, I mean, so you got to get all the nastiness, all the wickedness out of your mind as well. And even if you are reborn, born again person, and you have the doing of the Ruach, before you go messing around with demons and trying to chase them out of your kingdom, you probably should be doing a lot of praying and fasting first. Make sure that you got all the leaven out, even the hidden leaven, before you go messing with demons. Because you want to be able to allow Yahusha to work through you. And the only way he can do that is if you get out of his way. You know, remove the flesh totally out of his way and let him work. Because it's never you doing it. If you go into it thinking that you doing it, okay, you're behind the 8 ball right off the get-go. Go into there with the mind of, I'm getting out of your way. Let you work, Yahusha. Purify my property. Cleanse it. Get rid of the leprosy. Get rid of the zarat. All right. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions on this? Okay. So 1 through 9, atonement for unsolved murders. So unsolved crimes pollute the land. So it's not, they weren't allowed just to let it go. All right. If it was unsolved, it still polluted the land and required divine cleansing or purification. Okay. Roz?
Well, what if it was the other city instead of the one that was the closest?
They would have never known.
Yeah.
Nobody knew. It was unsolved. So this is what Yahusha said. So that you would have to just follow his direction.
Yeah.
He said the closest city had to perform. He didn't say that the closest city was the one that committed the crime. He said the closest city was the one that had to perform the ritual of cleansing to purify the land. That's who he put the burden on. Just what he did. Anybody else? Okay, then. Let's continue on.
Phyllis says she's still having a lot of trouble. When she comes on, she can't hear anything. So I don't know if she's going to continue to try to get back in or not. So she said
here's the link. Here's a new link. Try that.
Yeah. Okay, we're on chapter 21, verse 10.
Try this new link, Phyllis, and see if it. helps you. I don't know.
Yeah, she's just having some issues.
Ever since they started messing with their website and modifying it and revising it, Apple has been giving us problems. I don't know what to say about it, but I can see the new things that's beginning to appear on their web. They have widgets now. They have solo layout and some other stuff. So I think they're still working on it.
Yeah.
Hopefully it'll stop one of these days.
Let's hope so. Let's get her back on here. Chapter 21, verse 10. When you go out to fight against your enemies, and Yahuwah your Elohim shall give them into your hand, and you shall take them captive, and shall see among the captives an Asha, fair of form, and shall delight in her, and take her for your Asha, then you shall bring her home to your house, and she shall shave her head, trim her nails, and put aside the mantle of her captivity, and shall dwell in your house, and mourn her father and her mother a month of Yomim. And after that you shall go in to her and be her husband, and she shall be your Asha. And it shall be, if you are not pleased with her, then you shall let her go at her desire. But you do not sell her at all for silver. Do not treat her harshly, since you have humbled her.
Okay, stop. Okay, so 10 through 14, wives taken in battle and captured. And if you see one that you'd like to have as a wife, basically you would cleanse her and give her time to mourn the loss of her relatives and friends and stuff, and then and cleanse her during this 30-day mourning period, and then you could take her as a wife. Kind of weird that like the woman didn't have anything to say about it, but I guess this is what happened back in that day, so we have to go with the flow here, understanding the times were different, and but parallels today as well, sort of. Okay. And even I think toward the tribulation years, we're going to see a return of a lot of this, especially in verse 15. So wives, they're taken battle. Let me let Talitha in here. Hang on. There she goes. So the regulations for marrying a woman that you captured in war, and allowing them a period of mourning before you do anything, and then purifying her, cleansing her, and she's in your house, and you're not allowed to treat her as property, are you? So they weren't allowed to treat her as mere property, and even if they throw them out later, dismiss them, they still are required to give them protections because they took them into their home. So we can see, how fair Yahuwah is, even under this conditions of taking somebody forcefully through war. Can you imagine killing their husband, their son, their father, or whatever, and taking her into their house and saying, "You're mine now"? I mean, what? You know what I mean? But if you really look hard at it, you can see Yahuwah's right ruling, even coming through, even under these harsh conditions. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Go ahead, Phil.
Well, I mean, King David basically did the same thing. Think about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What I think of is like in Ezra and other, and maybe in my past teaching, the seed. How are you going to keep the seed pure? Because it talks about that in Ezra 6, I think, or maybe it's 7 or 8, but where the tribes are supposed to marry in their with the Israelites and not go and get other Ashas. How does that work out? How do they keep the seed clean when they're doing that?
Go ahead, Phil.
Well, I think it's all spiritual. That's why it's one person in a family will know his name and do his will, and the rest won't. I think it's all spiritual. I mean, there is temporal, but in the end, it's spiritual. It's got to be, because you've got people that'll come out of something and their family will not budge on, he hasn't called them. So it's all spiritual. It's his family.
Right. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions on that? Phyllis?
Well, that was what the purification process was about before the husband could take his wife. I mean, take the woman he chose. She had to be purified. And there isn't anything Yahuwah can't overcome.
Yeah, exactly. Real good, Phyllis. Yeah, this is all about maintaining purity in the land, folks. That's what it is, period. Okay. That's the bottom line on all this. But notice she had to become an Israelite before he could touch her. And so there was a process called water immersion, okay, that purified the women, okay, so that they could take them as a wife, okay. And said they weren't allowed to just go out and grab a Gentile woman, marry her, and live and share in her thoughts and her rituals and her cultures and her customs, okay. They had to purify them, make them an Israelite, and then they could take them. But if they didn't, then it was a sin. Go ahead, Phyllis.
That's what I was going to say. It was all about the rituals and the things that the pagan people did, not so much their blood and their flesh, but their practices.
That's right. So it's all about purification, isn't it? Y'all saying that? Kimberly, you good with that one? Okay, let's go.
Yes,
Anybody
sir.
thoughts, comments, questions up to this point? All right. So we have atonement for unsolved murder. Now we have wives taken in war or battle, verses 10 through 14. All right. So they were, I mean, the captors had to be responsible. They weren't allowed to just go crazy, They were held responsible for taking a woman like that. All right, so this would distinguish them from pagan nations, because they were wild with what they did with their captives. You can see the big difference between what you had told them they had to do with the captives and what the nations did with their captives was day and night, really. I mean, this may sound horrible or cruel, but go look what the nations did when they took women captive in war, and you'll think this is pretty good scenario. Then, go ahead, Ross.
It just came to me that I know how she had said before about the mixing of seed, but each one of the patriarchs had a different another country, another in that they married, but they didn't have to go through that, did they? Because some of them pulled them into the other practices. Because look at how the two sons of Yehuda, because they chose to, they didn't want to marry her. They didn't want the bloodline. And, so that this might be because of that.
Yeah, it depends on what they did, whether it was righteous or unrighteous, clean or unclean. If they didn't do what they were supposed to do, for that person to become an Israelite and they fooled with them, it was unclean. It was forbidden. But if they did what he said to do to purify them and make them an Israelite, then it was righteous. It was clean. It's the same. It's no different what we do. We have to become an Israelite. We have to engraft into Israel. If not, we're unclean and we can't come in. So what's the ritual for us? Well, water immersion, same thing. Back in this time, their water immersion meant something different. It meant becoming an Israelite in Hebrew. Okay, through water immersion and circumcision, they became a Hebrew. Okay. Our water immersion has taken on a greater and deeper spiritual meaning, but it's the same thing. We're doing the same act to become an Israelite. Okay? So if they didn't do it, they were sinning, and it was forbidden for them to marry a Gentile. If they cleansed them, purified them, and they became an Israelite, a Hebrew, then it was okay to do it. There was no sin now. So it depends on what? Whether or not they were obeying Yahuwah's instructions or not. That's the whole thing. Whether you're clean or unclean is whether you obeyed his instructions or not. Were you obedient or are you disobedient? He gives you a way out. He gives you a way to solve every single problem there is. If you obey his instructions, you're good to go. If you do not, you're in sin. Just that simple. Clean or unclean, man. There's nothing else. There's no in between. Thoughts, comments, questions? All right, Jim, let's continue on then.
Chapter 21, verse 15. When a man has two wives, one loved and the other unloved, and they have borne him children, both the loved and the unloved, and the firstborn son is of her who is unloved, and it shall be on the yom he makes his sons to inherit his possessions. He is not allowed to treat the son of the beloved Asha as the firstborn in the face of the son of the unloved, who is truly the firstborn. But he is to acknowledge the son of the unloved Asha as the firstborn by giving him a double portion of all that he has. For he is the beginning of his strength. The right of the firstborn is his.
All right, stop. So there you go. Obviously, verses 15, 16, 17, there's the rights of the firstborn. So a father's forbidden from depriving the firstborn son of his double portion of inheritance, even if the son is from the less loved wife, the one he doesn't. He has a wife he loves more, or favors more. He's not allowed to allow the firstborn son to take the inheritance of the double portion if the boy was born first of the unfavored or unloved wife. So here again, this proves that the men back then, it was a common thing for them to have more than one wife. Replacement theology loves to say that Moses only had one wife, and they deny the Cushite woman, mostly because of their bias or their prejudice against a different skin color. That's really what it's all about. They're just prejudiced. Okay. And so they don't want to acknowledge that he married a Cushite woman, which we all know is from Africa, a dark-skinned woman. And so this is why Miriam's skin became leopard. She became a leper because of her prejudiced against that race. So this is further proof that I believe in this little passage of the right of the firstborn that we see a hint of the future here. And I think that this may be pointing directly at Isaiah 4:1. So let's look and see what y'all think. Look at Isaiah 4:1. Isaiah 4:1 is an interesting passage here. It says, "And in that day, 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we shall eat our own food and wear our own clothes. Only let us be called by your name to take away our reproach." So here, this was basically applying to the end times of the tribulation, because you see here these women can buy their own food and they can wear their own clothes. They can support themselves. It's not what it's all about. Back in the day that we're reading, women were highly dependent on men, to provide for them, to clothe them and to feed them and to house them. Here you can see they're not. They're fully capable of taking care of themselves on their own accord. So 7 men, women, 1 man, meaning multiple wives, because they're wanting his last name. Okay. Number 1, if you take somebody's last name, you're married. Number 2, if you consummate the marriage, you have sexual intercourse with a person, you've married that person, whether it's a whore or whatever. One night fling, don't matter. You're married to them as far as Scripture goes. So here we're seeing the return of multiple wives to one man in the end times. Why would that be, you think? Well, possibly because after World War III, men are rare. Men are a rare commodity in these days. Has there ever been any time in the Scriptures where Yahuwah said a man can't have more than one wife? Is there? Okay. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Okay, let's move on then.
Chapter 21, verse 18. When a man has a wayward and rebellious son who is not listening to the voice of his father or the voice of his mother, and who, when they have disciplined him, does not listen to them, then his father and his mother shall take hold of him and bring him out to the elders of his city, to the gate of his city, and shall say to the elders of his city, this son of ours is wayward and rebellious. He is not listening to our voice. He is a glutton and a drunkard. Then all the men of his city shall stone him to death with stones. Thus you shall purge the evil from your midst, and let all Yasharel hear and fear.
Okay, stop. Okay, now this is a pretty famous passage that raises the hair on back of most people's neck. Okay, and they want to poke your eyeball out when you tell them this is in the Scriptures. But why is this? Why would Yahuwah require someone to put their son to death?
Because the Scripture says that a man's children up to the fourth generation is going to carry the debt of the father, whatever he's done. So it's bringing a big curse on the nation.
Purification, right? Go ahead, Talitha.
Yeah, it's also, I feel it's also because of it's also an example of how we are supposed to be with Yahuwah, and we need to listen to the voice of Yahuwah, and he's showing how serious that is, that you have to listen, because if you don't listen to the voice of Yahuwah, then ultimately your outcome is also death.
That's right.
So it's about like obedience to him also. Like it's a
Yeah, I mean, if any of us are rebellious, disobedient, rebellious, and wayward, drunkards, running around doing all kinds of unrighteous stuff, are we going to be put to death? Will we be put to death? Yes, we will. So what's the difference? The son's going to die anyway. So why is Yahuwah requiring him to die early by the hands of the people of the village, of the city? Phyllis?
As an example, to establish order and to obey the commandment to honor your father and mother.
Yes, that's the commandment he's breaking, and why the penalty is death, isn't it? Right, it is. So you hit on something really good there. Go ahead, Kim.
It's just to protect the seed again, isn't it?
Phyllis, say what you said before.
It's to establish order and to obey the commandments, because the commandment is to obey your mother and father. And if you break one, you break them all.
Okay, go ahead, Roz.
Also, that bad apple could mess up everybody by pulling them in. So,
Okay, yes, Phyllis said to install an example, everybody else, right? So it's to install fear on all the other children so they obey their parents. So ooh, I better prepare mom. I better do what mom said. I better take that trash out. I better go do what dad said, go fix that, change that alternator. Because if I don't, I'm going to be stoned to death. Yeah. So when they see the example, it puts fear in the rest of them and causes them to be obedient. Okay. But again, the bottom line here is purification, to rid the land of the rebellious seed. What's more important, to rid the land of the rebellious seed, or to allow the rebellious seed to flourish and multiply? Which one? Is that a hard decision? Ross?
what came up into my mind, but it's the reverse. It's the when one marries a woman, then they leave their mother and father and they go and they form a house with it. But this is the reverse of it. So it's like you're seeing two examples of the same thing, of leaving the family, or you're getting, I don't know, it was what came into mind.
What is stubbornness and rebellious? Rebellion and stubbornness. What is that?
Works of the flesh.
Yeah, but what does it insinuate? What's the definition of it? Go ahead, Talitha.
Doesn't it say in scripture that rebellion is as divination and witchcraft or something like that?
Yeah. 1 Samuel 15. Go to 1 Samuel 15. 23. For rebellion is as the sin of divination, and stubbornness is as wickedness and idolatry. Okay, so witchcraft, evil, wickedness, right? The cult, Satanism.
So in other words, it's unrighteousness at the end.
Yeah. Or unclean. We could say clean and unclean. Everything falls under either one of them categories. So we can put that right under unclean. Real quick, like. So the sons of ours is wayward and rebellious. And look what he says in 1 Samuel. Because you have rejected the word of Yahuwah, he has rejected you as sovereigns. Are we not to be sovereigns and priests of Yahuwah through the blood of Yahusha? Yes. So he's going to reject you, man. That means he's going to throw you out of the kingdom, man. You're going to lose your reign as sovereign if you're rebellious and stubborn. Someone give us an example of rebellious.
Oh.
Somebody being rebellious. Give me an example. Simple example. And a simple example of somebody being stubborn.
It's just like me. You wouldn't believe how many KJVs I have in the house. Because, you know.
And you're stubborn to get rid of them?
Yeah, because, I mean, I'm 50 years old. I've been a UPC on two sides of my family. And I'm going, that's what brought me to here. And how dare I take what's brought me to here? Like, it was part of my path to righteousness, even though it was the stumbling block too.
Yeah. Well, the problem is the Israelites past were slaves in Mitzrayim. Okay. And they came out of Egypt. That's their past. Well, they weren't allowed to bring anything with them out of Egypt or the world. They had to leave it behind. And when they started grumbling, complaining, and wanting to go back into the world or back into Egypt, is when Yahuwah started dropping them like flies. So we have to get rid of it. You have to get rid of everything of your past, everything. Not the truth. I came from the same background you did.
Mm-hmm.
And the biggest thing that I brought out of there with me and keeping is monotheism.
Right.
Certain ones are monotheists. Certain other UPC are Trinity. So if you came up with a Trinity sect, get rid of it. See? So you can't. I've heard this before. I had a man one time, and I'm not going to mention any names, who was a preacher. He had spent money, went to cemetery school, became a preacher, preached for a while, had all kinds of books and notes and everything that he bought with his hard-earned money, and he had a very hard time throwing all that away, and especially because his friends that he made in this seminary school, other preachers, kept saying, oh, you don't have to throw all that away. Keep that. That's good stuff, man. Just take that and take the good from the other stuff and the good from this and put it together and you're good to go. Well, he never woke up. He stayed in the flesh because he was not willing to sacrifice the knowledge he had before. Paul gives us a fantastic example of this when he says it was all garbage. He was the Pharisee of Pharisees, everything he knew, everything he had learned, he was the best of the best. And he said, now that he know Yahusha, it's all garbage to him. So think about that. Go ahead, Ross.
I said the wrong analogy before. Go to it's Luke 14:26, and it's if any man come to me and hate not his father and mother and woman and children and brethren and sisters, yea, and his own life also, he cannot be my Talmud. So that's why I said it was the reverse. You know, you're leaving your family, but he's having to get rid of his son because of disobedience. So it's the same thing, but reversed. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah, and it's not that he's telling you to hate your family. He's saying be separated from them. Okay, don't go along with what they believe. Once I bring you out, you can still go talk to you and love your family. Just don't do what they do. Do what I told you to do. See, that's what that verse is talking about.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people think that means you're supposed to hate your family. It does not mean that. Go ahead, Kimberly.
So the reason it's rebellious for me is because about, I guess, a whole month ago now, the Ruach HaKodesh told me we're going on a journey and pack only the essentials. Only the essentials. Only the essentials. And I thought that I was going on a real journey, and I started packing my bags. but it's really about getting rid of all this other stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, I got KJVs here and NIVs and stuff and NKJVs and stuff. I've gotten rid of a lot of stuff, a lot. Okay, tons of stuff, a lot more than I kept. Why do I have that? Because I need them to compare. I need them for study purpose. I need them for teaching purposes, and therefore I keep them. Okay, not that I cherish them or worship them or believe in them or whatever or fall for Christianity, but to expose the poor translations. I need examples to show people. Otherwise, they're not going to just take my word for it, But I will admit, I do have one that I have a very hard time throwing out, and it's what they call a family Bible. And I still have it, and I got it tucked away, and I do have a hard time throwing that out. But maybe I should. I don't know. But I've cleaned up pretty much everything else. Movies, pictures, everything that has to do with Christianity or my past beliefs, and gotten rid of them. Totally get them off my property, totally gone. All right. Including sports memorabilia, because in autographs and stuff that I felt like was humanism, but not at the time that I got rid of them. I just got rid of them because I was compelled to. Not that I understood what I was doing, but I was compelled to get rid of them way before I even knew the name Yahuwah. Just showing that the Ruach HaKodesh works in the lives of sinners. If anybody doesn't think that he does, you're highly mistaken. He does. He came for those who are infected with leprosy, man, not for the ones that are healed or well, but for those who are sick with leprosy or the sin virus. Okay, so thoughts, comments, questions? No? All right, June.
Chapter 21, verse 22. And when a man has committed a sin worthy of death, then he shall be put to death, and you shall hang him on a tree. Let his body not remain overnight on the tree, for you shall certainly bury him the same yom. For he who is hanged is accursed of Elohim, so that you do not defile the land which Yahuwah your Elohim is giving you as an inheritance.
Okay. So thanks, June. So that's huge right there. Look at that. So that you do not defile the land. It's all about purification, isn't it? If you defile the land, it becomes abomination of desolation, other than set apart ground. So body disposal here, if you will. So in the death and the hanging on a tree of Yahusha, the people failed to realize at the time that it was their curse that he bore when he hung on the tree. So body disposal here, verses 22 and 23. Mandates that executed criminals, if you will, that are hung on a tree must be what? Kim?
Buried.
Buried the same day. Buried the same day. Was Yahusha buried the same day?
Yes.
Yes, he was. Why? Why must they be buried the same day? Kim?
Because we keep on saying because of the land, so that it is not accursed.
Right. To avoid defiling the land. Right? Why? Why would, if they weren't buried the same day, why? What would happen? Why did they have to be buried the same day? Other than to defile the land, but why? Kim?
It was just like Abel, his blood cried out for revenge. Right?
No, not quite.
Oh, it's breaking the law that we just read, right? Also.
Okay. But why did they have to be buried on the same day? It's right there. It's right there in them verses. What does it say? Why did they have to be buried the same day? Talita?
Well, it's as you said, so that they don't defile the land, meaning like make the land unclean.
Right.
Right. So
Yeah, to avoid defiling the land, but why? June?
Because it's cursed and it's going to cut them off from Yahuwah.
Because they are considered cursed.
That's right.
That's why. They're cursed by Yahuwah. He considers them a curse.
like the body, you're saying.
body or soul, don't matter.
Yeah. Okay.
Why? What do you mean a curse? What does that mean? Why are they a curse? Because just because they're hanging on a tree, what does that mean? Why are they accursed if they're not buried? I mean, why do they have to be buried because they're accursed because they're hanging on a tree? What's the curse? Sandra?
So they're removing the curse when they bury them the same day and causing the land not to be defiled. The curse is death.
There you go. The curse is death. They have to return to the dust. They have to be buried because of death. If they did not do that, then the entire nation would pay a price, would be penalized. Everybody with me on that now? Okay. Y'all with me? Okay, go to Galatians. So Galatians 3, 13 and 14. Mashiach redeemed us from the curse of the Torah. So what is the curse of the Torah now? Is it obeying Torah? No. What did he do? He redeemed us, means bought us back. He bought us, okay, from the curse of the Torah being what? Death. Sandra, you just told us death. The curse of the Torah is death. Having become a curse for us, death. Having become a death for us. For it is written, cursed is everyone who hangs on a tree, in order that the blessing of Abraham might come upon the nations in Mashiach Yahusha to receive the promise of the Ruach through belief in Yahusha's sacrificial blood. Okay? Belief in Yahusha's power of the Lamb of Yahuwah's blood, not men's works, but the power of the blood of the Lamb of Yahuwah to overcome the curse, which is death, and give us life. So Yahusha redeemed us from the curse, from death of the Torah, the curse of the Torah. A lot of people think that it's the works of animal sacrificing, or that we no longer have to do these works by our hands, this horrible, this brutal rituals. But it eliminated the trainer because of the blood of Yahuwah. To believe in Yahusha's blood as a permanent one-time offering eliminated the trainer. But the point here is that Yahusha redeemed us from the curse of the Torah, from death, not from, he didn't die so we didn't have to, we didn't have to do animal sacrifices anymore. That was just a bonus. Are y'all following what I'm laying down here? This is highly mixed up and confused by most people, really.
This is a verse that I've hoped that you would come across, Galatians 3. Thank you.
Any other thoughts, comments, or questions on this one? This one is really important. I mean, it's huge. Okay. All right. So, the core concept here in Deuteronomy 21 here is what? What would you say it is? Kimberly?
To summarize what we all have said this whole chapter is that to remove the curse of death, which, you know, is the last thing that Yahusha is conquering is death, right?
Yeah. That's right. Okay, so purification. Okay. So atonement and cleansing. This is Kimberly's talking about. Community responsibility, meaning that the community or the nation bears the responsibility for justice, for right ruling, and cleansing, even for unknown crimes. They cannot go left alone. They must be dealt with to maintain purification. Inheritance, equality, ensuring fairness in family rights, ritual purity, really, purification. So regulations intended to keep Israel set apart and purified, to keep it set apart ground. Why is it set apart ground? Because they're in the presence of Yahuwah. Anytime you're in the presence of Yahuwah, you're on set apart ground or holy ground. So these laws were designed for Israel to set them apart from the nations and to establish a righteous and just community distinct from the other nations, to be set apart. It also highlights that crime, whether known or unknown, has both human and spiritual, fleshly and spiritual consequences, and must be dealt with. Okay. Thoughts, comments, questions? Chapter 20, 21. No? Okay, who wants to read 22 then? Go ahead, Joe.
22. When you see your brother's ox or his sheep going straying away, you shall not hide yourself from them. Return them to your brother without fail. And if your brother is not near you, or if you do not know him, then you shall bring it to your own house, and it shall be with you until your brother seeks it. Then you shall return it to him. And so you do with his donkey, and so you do with his garment, and so you do with whatever your brother loses, which he has lost and you have found. You are not allowed to hide yourself. When you see your brother's donkey or his ox fall down on the way, you shall not hide yourself from help. Help him raise them without fail.
Okay, stop. Okay, so here we see brotherly care, right? Caring for your brother, don't you? So brotherly kindness and care towards your brother or your neighbor here. Verses 1 through 4. And the Israelites were to return the lost animals and garments or anything that belonged to somebody else to their home and put it away for safekeeping until the proper owner came forward and claimed it, and then they were to give it back to them. This is all still about purification, purity within the nation of Israel. Amazing, you're not allowed. You didn't tell them just leave it there. Don't touch it till the proper owner comes back and finds it. You didn't take it and care for it until he shows up and you find out who it belongs to and give it back to him. That's brotherly love, man. Kindness and care for your neighbor. Go ahead, Sandra.
So I agree with what you're saying. It teaches us loving our neighbor as ourselves, and it also stops us from being greedy and covetous by doing this one to another.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, don't be hateful, hard-hearted, and he teaches integrity too.
It absolutely does. Somebody define integrity. Somebody give me the definition of integrity.
Honesty within and without, whether somebody's doing the right thing, whether you're being watched by someone else or not. Always doing and choosing right over wrong.
There you go. Doing what is right, even though no one is watching. Any thoughts, comments, or questions, ma'am? Okay, let's continue on, Joe.
22, verse 5. An Asha does not wear that which pertains to a man, nor does a man put on an Asha's garment. For whoever does this is an abomination to Yahuwah, your Elohim.
Okay, stop. Okay, so this is this is an important verse, man. A woman does not wear that which pertains to a man, nor does a man put on a woman's garment. For whoever does this, it's an abomination to Yahuwah, your Elohim. Someone define that. What's up with this? Obviously, it prohibits wearing clothes of the opposite gender, doesn't it? That's pretty clear. So what else can we say about this? Especially in today's society. Go ahead, Kim.
I mean, the fuss about this verse is whether this means to take up arms or if this means don't wear a pair of pants,
Yeah. Does it mean women isn't allowed to wear a pair of pants because men wear pants? Does it mean that? Does it mean a man can't wear a dress because a woman wears a dress? I mean, I see people all over the world, especially in the Middle East, wearing robes that look like dresses to me. I mean, you wouldn't catch me in them. Or over there in Scotland, they wear those skirts. You wouldn't catch me wearing one now.
They're called kilts.
Yeah. So what's up? Is that what it's telling us? Women ain't allowed to wear pants? June?
I don't know. I'm feeling like the issue here is when you look at a woman, and this happens a lot lately, and you don't know if it's a woman or a man. And then when you look at a man, you don't know if they're a woman or a man, because they're making themselves into a new creation that's of themselves and of Satan instead of what Yahuwah has created them to be.
Yeah, I mean, we could take it to the farthest end of the spectrum and say, that it means that a man cannot appear as a woman like these cross dressers, or a woman cannot appear as a man like these dykes do. We could take it to that level, but I don't want to take it that far out. Let's stay more in the middle and say, is a woman allowed to wear pants because a man wears pants? Is a woman not allowed to wear boots because a man wears boots? Is a woman not allowed to wear a hat because a man wears a hat? This is what I want to know. What do y'all think about that?
I think it's more modest for a woman to wear a skirt when she needs something long, and it's more modest for her to wear a pair of pants if she's going to be in the field bending over. So I think it's about modesty in myself, but I also think that it's about cross-dressing. You absolutely, when you're intentionally trying to deceive someone to make them think that you are the opposite sex. That's where I stand at the moment.
Yeah, that's all the way to the far end of the spectrum. Let's not go that far out. Oz?
I think it's within context. Like, whatever you are, how a woman dresses and how a man dresses, right? So if you live in Saudi Arabia versus you live in North America, it kind of goes into the basic of how a man tends to dress and how a woman tends to dress. So if you're just going to, put your wife's clothes, however your wife's dresses, it's like you're gonna grab her, tank top and put it on as a man, like I feel is like just, having the basic context of you don't grab your wife's clothes as a man and put them on. You don't grab your sister's clothes and put them on. You can wear pants, but you're not gonna wear, the girl's pants, because there is a difference. They tend to be more tight or whatever it is. Women's shirt tend to be like a little, it's. I feel like it's the common sense of you just don't grab your sister's clothes as a man. You don't grab your wife's clothes as a man and put them on. I mean, can there be an exception? Well, maybe if your house went on fire and all you have is your wife's clothes, maybe you'll wear the t-shirt. I guess I don't know. I think overall there is there is the first level of just the basic common sense stuff, and then you can go into the whole rainbow spectrum of what is taking place, right? Because that's a new breed of people and a new breed of concepts that, yeah, you can take it pretty wide and far. I mean, I live in Canada, so we're really, really the spectrum has just gone pretty far out here. But living on the basics, don't wear your wife's clothes, don't wear your sister's clothes.
Okay, yeah. All right, so yeah, what you just said was exactly right. Okay, first of all, there's different cultures around the world, okay? And men and women wear clothes that may look funny to us, okay? But they're still distinguished as men and women's clothes, okay? So a woman's pants, okay, are different than a man's. Okay, they're stitched differently. Their waist is different. Okay, they call it, the sizes are different. Like they go by 3, 4, 5. We go by 32, 30 by 36 or whatever. Okay, so you can see that they're measured and designed differently to fit a man and to fit a woman. So if it's a pair of woman's pants, she's allowed to wear them pants. That's a woman's outfit. So if, like Oz just said, if they're designed for a man and sized for a man, a woman should not wear them. And if it's designed and measured for a woman, then a man should not wear them. And specifically underwear, bras, and things like this. You know what I mean? That everybody knows is for a woman. And it, like I said, it depends on the culture as well. Okay, around the world, everything's different. Okay, so back in this time, men and women both wore robes, and what was the difference? Well, there was definitely a difference on how they were designed.
However, you enter into a gray area when you get the unisex type of clothes, I guess.
Well, that's evil. This is Satan trying to blur it together, syncretism, causing people to sin without knowingly sinning, and to brainwash people into accepting that a man can wear a woman's clothes and a woman can wear a man's clothes because there's no difference in gender. There's not two. They want one gender. They don't want two genders. And that's why they try to complicate the situation by saying there's 8, 10 genders to cause confusion, chaos, delusion, disobedience. So that's all part of Satan's tricks, that unisex stuff. So don't fall for that either. I wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. Now, sometimes women in their house in private will put on their husband's shirt or t-shirt and walk around in the house with it on. Is that a sin? Is that a violation of this? I don't think so, because it's in private and they're doing it as being a reminder of their husband, especially if his scent is on the clothes. It's something they're doing in private. But to go outside in the public with it would probably be not wise. Okay. So is that the exception? Maybe.
Hunting in the woods might be an exception. I'm guilty of wearing his hunting shirts and coats when we're in the woods. But he's my husband and I'm here.
So we start talking about exceptions, okay? We're starting to talk about what? What are we talking about now? Phyllis?
Ways to break the rules.
Yeah. That could be ways to break the rules. Yeah, but it doesn't mean that to me. It doesn't matter what it means to you. It matters what it means to Yahuwah. Forget, who cares about what you think or what it means to you? What does it mean to Yahuwah? So you better change your thought process, right? So we can take it to that. We can say that. But what else can we say about, let's use June's example. She throws on Joe's quilted flannel shirt to go hunting. June, is that a sin to you?
No, it's freedom of Torah to me. I can wear his coat. He's my husband.
There's where we're going with that, is freedom of Torah. Okay? So since it's not a sin to June, then it's not a sin for her. If she's thought it was a sin, but it's a sin, but I'm going to do it anyway because it get cold in them woods. I ain't about to go out there and freeze. Now it's just become a sin to June. Freedom of Torah. Go ahead, Roz.
Well, for me, for the most part of my whole life, this was when I was slim or whatever, doesn't matter. I've always worn men's shirts because they're longer. I always liked the men's shirts. Women's shirts tend to come up close to the waistline, and I don't like that. So is that wrong to do?
I think so. I think I'm going to go back to what Phyllis said then on that one. It's just an excuse. You're looking for a way out,
Yeah, they just don't make it for tall people because I'm tall.
I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? But with that said, is that a sin for you? Do you feel you're sinning when you do that? You
No,
have
because I'm covering up.
Is there a guilt, any type of guilt at all? Do you
No.
ever think, well, maybe I shouldn't wear this, but I'm going to do it
Well,
anyway?
I've come across that since I'm on the path, the thought of it, but then it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, see, if there's doubt, then you shouldn't do it because it is a sin then. Go ahead, Kim.
What I did when I suddenly didn't want my jean pants butt sticking out is I went to the pregnancy store and I bought these shirts that are naturally long for pregnant women.
Okay. So there you go, Ross. I mean, maybe you could
But
look
those are not, I like to wear my stuff long, like halfway down my thigh, so.
I've seen women's shirts coming way down there like that.
It's very few and far between.
Yeah.
For me.
Yeah, you have to look on the internet or something. I mean, I've seen women wearing that, shirts like that. Go ahead, Sandra.
So I was going to agree with the freedom of Torah and also add that in Kohelet chapter 3, it says, for every matter there is an appointed time, even a time for every pursuit under the Shamin, a time to be born and a time to die, time to plant and a time to uproot, a time to slay and a time to heal, a time to break down and a time to build up, a time to weep and a time to laugh, a time to mourn and a time to dance, a time to throw away stones and a time to gather stones, a time to embrace and a time to refrain from embracing, a time to seek and a time to lose, a time to keep and a time to throw away, a time to tear and a time to sow, a time to be silent, a time to speak, a time to love and a time to hate, a time for battle and a time for peace. With that in mind, in the scripture, it says that Asher does not wear that which pertains to a man. That word pertains is very specific about if it's ideally for a man only. Like men have a different inseam in their pants. So regarding their shirts, their shirts could be for a woman or a man. So if it's, I think the difference is when they make it, they might put the buttons on the man's shirt on the left and the woman's on the right, something like that. But that's just something man has instituted. That doesn't mean that shirt is pertaining to a man only. So
there again, you got to go by culture.
But this doesn't say go by culture. It says
no matter. You got to use common sense too.
It says pertains to a man. In other words, like men wears jockey straps. Most women don't have jockey straps because we don't have that middle section hanging with us.
Yeah, but we can't just say, let me take my t-shirt off. This is sized for a man and let you wear it and it's unisex. That's cheating. Now that's trying to come up with an excuse to get out of it.
If someone is,
and I don't want to touch.
I can see that.
Personally, I ain't going for that.
I can see that if someone is contemplating that, but
I think Oz was probably spot on.
I think he was too, and
I don't want to come up with excuses.
It has to me, it has to pertain to a man. If it's not specifically pertaining to a man, then
if it's sized for a man, okay. If the buttons are on the side for our culture, for it's a man's shirt, women shouldn't be wearing them. Period. Now, should a woman be wearing boots because men wear boots? Well, there's boots that are made for women. You know, they got flowers on them, pointy toes, designed for what a man wouldn't be caught dead in wearing a woman's way women's boots are designed. Okay. So yeah, it pertains to a man, pertains to a woman, just means it's designed for them. It's made for them. It's sized for them. Okay. When we start cross-dressing, when we follow Satan's world, and we start doing unisex stuff and believing in just one gender, there's a lot to say about the Twin Towers being destroyed and one being erected, okay? I'm not going to get into it, but there's a lot of satanic influence going on through unisex, okay? And same gender, okay? And all this cross-dressing, all this other stuff, it's all part of Satan's world. And we're to come out of that world. And we're to stay strictly obedient to the Torah, Yahuwah's instructions, as much as possible. Are there exceptions? Yeah, but we don't want to get into the gray area with those exceptions either, because then we're fishing for excuses not to be obedient. Okay? So I don't want to get too much off on this, other than the fact that common sense does play a part here. Go ahead, Kim.
Another thing for Ross, I wear t-shirt dresses, but I wouldn't be caught dead in a t-shirt dress or one of those dresses that look like a mini skirt. I would put a pair of capris under them or a pair of pants under them. But I disagree about the shoes. I'm pretty big-footed, and if you're going to put a toe that smashes my toes, it actually is painful, and I'm sorry. There's many scripture that says he didn't intend to cause us pain. Even Jabel's prayer, Yabet's prayer, Yabet's prayer says, don't cause me pain. Talking to Yahuwah. So I don't think he means for us to wear shoes that are painful for us.
Well, women sure do when they wear 7-inch heels, walking around on their toes. They're messing up their bone structure and their joints and everything else just to look glamorous. So that's starting to get into vanity. Okay. But what I'm saying is there's square toed boots for women. Okay. Well, I'm just saying there's boots made for women. They're sized for women. They're designed for women with pretty flowers and designs on them. And then there's men's boots, okay, that they walk out and muck with and not think twice about it. If you start wearing men's boots, men's pants, men's clothing, looking like a man, you're wrong. I don't care. You're wrong. Go find yourself a pair of women's boots and wear them, not a man's boots. And that's my personal belief. And I think there's a reason why shoes and clothing and hats and coats are designed for women. And there's a reason for the ones that are designed for men. Okay. And I said, culture plays a big part in all this, because you can go to the Middle East and men wear sandals and so do women. Okay. So you got to take in consideration the culture as well when we start talking about this. But there's no getting around this. This is Yahuwah talking. This ain't Mark August talking. You want to come up with all excuses in the world and say, that don't mean that to me, you go for it. But I ain't playing that game. I care about what Yahuwah says, not about what I think or anybody else. And y'all should be the same. I highly urge you to be the same. Go ahead, Phyllis.
I think the idea is that when you look at a man or woman, that you know if that's a man or a woman. Today, it's hard to tell if a person's a man or a woman. It's awful. Not like it used to be.
You're right. And that's going to the far end of the spectrum. And that's easy. All of us can come into agreement and they say, yeah, man, is that a man or is that a woman? We do that, and that's ridiculous. You shouldn't have a hard time knowing whether it's a man or a woman. But there's something in our culture about a man wearing pants and a shirt and some boots and a belt and a hat, and a woman standing there looking feminine in her dress and her hair and whatever, that speaks volumes to me. I don't like a woman looking like a man, although I'm not against tomboys, because I do kind of like tomboys, that women that like to do what men do, go hunting, go fishing, whatever, go mountain climbing. I like that. Absolutely like that. But I also like for a woman to look like a woman. And I like for men to look like men, not girls. I mean, that's my personal preference, the way I see things. Okay. And I believe it's the same way that Yahuwah sees things. I really do. Ross?
Yeah.
Throughout history, was it me or Oz that you said?
Ross?
Okay. Throughout history, there's always been androgynous people. You know, some are born with both, which that's a fluke of, you know, it was their misfortune to be born like that. But there's always been people that you could say, well, is that a man or a woman, because of their facial features? And they wouldn't have been like today, where they were taking hormones and trying to make themselves into women. These were just people that looked like that, you know? So
I understand that there's birth defects.
mhm.
Okay. It's kind of like a man supposed to grow a beard. Some men can't grow beards. So by default, they're exempt. Okay. There's birth defects. And there's men that are highly feminine acting. We all know one. They're out there. Okay. They kind of act like a woman. But that don't mean they have to look like one. Like, look, if I was born like that, I'd do everything in my power to look more manly. Okay? Instead of trying to look feminine.
Yeah. They also have that term now that's called metrosexual, which is kind of making them, I don't know. It always has turned me off as far as the term even for it. And when the people, is they're wearing suits, but they're still feminine.
Yeah. You know, I always thought like this. I don't know. Maybe I'm different. I don't know. But I always thought like this. If a man is more feminine acting than masculine acting, he needs to find himself either a more masculine acting woman to counteract that, or a more feminine, a real femmy acting woman to make him look more masculine, and vice versa. That's just the way I always thought. They should never, ever go to the opposite sex or the same gender and create a relationship because they feel that they're more feminine. Okay. So in other words, go have a relationship with another man because you feel feminine or inferior to other men. Why? All you have to do is either go get yourself a masculine woman, let her take charge. Okay. Or go find a real feminine woman that makes you look more masculine. You don't have to default to the same sex because you feel inferior to your gender. And so I don't see an excuse here, okay, because Yahuwah created everything and he set the law. He created the red line, and we're not to cross it, not even in our looks, not even in the way we dress. We need to deal with it with his instructions. Kim?
I just want to say, you know, what makes a man look like a man and a woman like a woman is bindings is what you have to bind the chest for a woman not to look like a woman, because or cut her hair so short like a man and bind, you know. I can look at someone and know what they are, but if their chest isn't bound, if their other parts are not bound, so I think that this is also talking about that.
You know, if you go, say, over to the Middle East, where men and women are all wrapped up, or some parts of Africa, and they're all wrapped up in robes and cloaks and turbans, and you go and you see the slats of their eyes. Well, there's a reason for that. Number one, keeps them from getting sunburned or sandblasted during sandstorms and stuff, you know, and keeps them cool, believe it or not, being wrapped up like that. It don't matter. If you see them all wrapped up like that, a man standing there wrapped up like that, and a woman standing there wrapped up like that, you can still tell which one's the woman because of their body shape. Go ahead, Oz.
Yeah, it's an interesting topic, hot topic. But two things. I don't think because you go to the store and you pick, you know, shoes or a T-shirt that it says that is for men means that is for men. Because today's day, the makers of those things are also diluting what men's wear and what women's wear. You cannot go by the trust of a designer or a manufacturer that this is a men's shirt, because they're feminizing men's clothes as well. So not because you go to the men's section means that that is literally for men, because there is a distinction between these two. Like the way I think about it is more like you can have functional unisex, which is like if you're gonna go and work, like what Jung was saying about taking Joe's coat, you know, because they're going hunting. That's functional. Like you're not trying to pretend to be a man. You're taking a coat that is unisex because that's a function that you're taking place in that moment, right? Whether if you're taking something more like, I guess the word would be like more like in performance, you know, which is like something that is designed to actually like sometimes even make a masculine, something's see a man less masculine. Like for example, when you know, like now is like you have tighter skinny jeans for men, which is like a new thing from the past 10, 20 years, right? So you're entering like now different territory. So I don't think like because you're going to the store to look in the men's section means that, you know, your clothes is going to be more mannish than, you know, it's like either you're buying because of function or you're buying to perform, you know, what you are, men or women. That's one thing. The other thing is when you look at why Yahuwah asks us to do not mix fabrics, I think it goes into that hand of like, you don't want to be mixing the same way that you don't want to be mixing wool with cotton. You don't want to be mixing the function of a man with a woman. You don't want to be pretending, because I think it goes on the lines of like sometimes we, even without thinking about it, we are absorbed by the world and by the trends. And, you know, the trend sometimes goes in one direction, and it actually, you know, is specifically designed to make you look either more feminized or look you more masculinized. I don't know. I don't think necessarily because you're going to the store and buying something that says it's for men or women, it will actually make the difference. I think the distinction goes into who you are in that, like what you are in that moment. And I mean, you know, culturally, if you go to the Arab world, they both wear turbans. Men and women wear turbans, but there is a distinction under turbans, right? I think it's like it has to also apply into the function of the things that you're wearing. It's a hot topic though, but ultimately is like, if you're a man, you know. If you're a man, you know. You know. If you're a woman, you know. You're not gonna wear what pretends to men just for performance to see yourself or others to see you as a man. You know. It's like you're wearing working boots because you're going outside and you're going to work, even though it might look like a man, but your function in that moment is to protect your feet, right? Hot topic.
And also, just one more thing, since we have the speaker, that I wanted to say too. Like, for example, if you go into certain stores now, I mean, you can go, because we're saying culturally, and yes, I think it has a factor, but you can go into certain clothing stores and go in the men's section, and now they're making the men's clothes more feminine. and they're making some women's clothes more masculine. And for me, that's like already crossing the gray area also, even though you're buying it in the women's section or you're buying it in the men's section. Right? They're trying to mingle that there is just like right now, the way things are going, it's trying to make it in certain types of stores, of course, but that there's no gender at all. And I think that is what the whole warning is about, really, in the end.
Yeah. And like we have to be careful of the wiles of the devil, you know, because he gonna try to trick you. Oh, this is in the men's section. I can wear it, but it looks like now I look like a girl, you know. I mean, like I said, common sense comes into play here, people. And you got to be careful of the devil's tricks. His stratagem is to turn you into a woman if you're a man, or vice versa. Why? Because he wants to destroy Yahuwah's creation any way he possibly can. Even altering DNA. You don't care. Think the devil cares? He's going to tell his people, you're going to make some sissy-looking clothes for men and put them in the men's section so they look like girls. Yahuwah hates it. It's an abomination to him. So go make Yahuwah sick and make him look like a girl instead of a man. Go do it. And they go do it. Look at 1 Corinthians 6. 1 Corinthians 6, verse 9. Somebody want to read that for us? And 10. 1 Corinthians 6, 9, and 10. Somebody read that. Page 1114. Go ahead, Sandra.
You said 9 and 10?
Yeah, verse 9, 10. 1 Corinthians 6.
Okay. It says, do you not know that the unrighteous shall not inherit the reign of Yahuwah? Do not be deceived. Neither those who whore, nor idolaters, nor adulterers, nor effeminate, nor homosexuals, nor thieves, nor greedy of gain, nor drunkards, nor revelers, nor swindlers shall inherit the reign of Yahuwah.
Okay. So what does that mean? What's a effeminate? What does that mean?
Pertaining to feminine practices. And it says also that in parentheses, it says arsin quartal. Arsin means male and quartus, intercourse.
So effeminate is having characteristics and behaving in ways that traditionally associated with women and highly regarded as inappropriate for a man, such as cross-dressing, such as wiggling your butt when you walk, such as doing this kind of stuff or whatever, or twirling your hair, okay? Acting like a woman, behaviors of a woman. Look what it says. Do you not know that the unrighteous shall not inherit the reign of Yahuwah? Do not be deceived. That means not go into a men's section, clothing section, or shoe section, and let's see clothes that appear to be feminine, but they're in your section, and buy them because you think it's okay because it's men's clothing. That's being deceived, man. This says, this is a command. Do not be deceived. That's a command. You're not allowed to be deceived. You can only be deceived if you want to be deceived. If you're looking for an excuse because you like wearing girly clothes, I guess you can be deceived in. But look what it also says, nor homosexuals. So a lot of people say, well, that's not in Scripture. Yeah, it is right there. Go ahead, Ross.
There's that scripture in 1 Timothy 2, verse 9. In like manner also that women adorn themselves in modest apparel with shamefacedness and sobriety, not with braided hair or gold or pearls or costly array. So we're supposed to dress appropriately and modestly and not show things that the world does. We're just supposed to be that. So that's why I wore the men's stuff, because it was longer, it was bigger. And even like when I was much, much slimmer than I am now, when I was in my 20s and teens, I liked wearing the longer shirts because the women's shirts came up so high. But I'll just have to change and not do that. But some of these shirts just come up and show too much of the back end and everything, So
Wear dresses instead.
this is what I have on as a dress.
Yeah, this infinite thing it's not talking about just wearing women, the opposite sex clothing. Okay, this it's talking about their characteristics too, how they they behave. You know what I'm saying? So you can be in men's apparel and acting like a woman, okay, and even emphasizing it, and that's wrong too, or vice versa. See what I mean? So it goes. There's a large spectrum here. So I guess the safe way to see this is, if you're a woman, act and dress like a woman. If you're a man, behave, act, and dress like a man. I guess that's the best way of saying it, because any of them is a violation. And it says, do not be deceived. And this is, do you not know that the unrighteous will not inherit the reign of Yahuwah? That means what? Okay. What's unrighteous and what's righteous? Somebody give me a simple definition of those. How would you define those being unrighteous? Phyllis?
Whether or not you keep the commandments.
Pretty much. So if you're disobedient to Yahuwah's instructions, you're unrighteous. Period. There's only two choices. If you're obedient to Yahuwah's instructions, you're righteous. Period. There's no gray area here. There's only two choices. That means there's only righteous and unrighteous, or disobedient or obedient, clean or unclean. You worship Yahuwah or you worship the devil. You're good or you're evil. There's no gray area here. If you try to dwell in the gray area, Yahushua said, I'll spit you out of my mouth. You better off being totally evil than trying to find a gray area, because you have a better chance of being delivered. Be who you are. The devil is the one that causes the confusion, not Yahuwah. He's not the author of confusion. If you were born a male, you're a male. I don't care how feminine that you feel or act, you're still a male. So my suggestion is to try to act as much as a male as you can possibly do. Stop trying to act more female, and vice versa. I know there's women out there that chew tobacco, and march up and down the hills chewing tobacco and cussing like a sailor, like men do. They were born like that. The best thing for them to do is try to act more feminine. Instead of going and trying to find another gender or female and marry them, having a relationship with them, they should go look for a weaker male, if that's the case. Or you know, try to find a more masculine male that can dominate their the masculine behaviors. One of the two, and vice versa. There's no need to bond with the same gender. It's forbidden. Period. All right. Thoughts, comments, questions on this one? All right, then let's continue on.
22:6. When you come upon a bird's nest along the way, in any tree or on the ground, with young ones or eggs, with the mother sitting on the young or on the eggs, do not take the mother with the young. Let the mother go without fail, and take the young for yourself, so that it might be well with you, and that you shall prolong your yamen.
Okay, hang on. Okay. So what is this? Why is this in here? What's it teaching? Sandra?
Is it telling them not to cut off the source of life? The mother can produce more eggs. If you take the mother, then that might kill off that life.
Right. Yeah, so protecting animal life. Yeah, or the existence of a species. Very good. Go ahead, Kim. What else?
It's just like the Indian way. You only take what you need. You don't be, what's the right word? When you go to a buffet, you don't eat 5 plates. When you would normally only eat 1 to 2, you still just eat 1 to 2.
Okay. Anybody else? So pretty cut and dry here. Let's talk. Go ahead, Ross.
Is it also about the orphans? Because it doesn't mention a father. So an analogy is if that's being a human mother and a human children, taking the children in, that's how I've always seen the analogy, was that it represented children and being the orphans, and they're supposed to take care of the orphans and the fatherless.
Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions on this one? Okay, so obviously it's about humane treatment of animals. Okay, pretty cut and dry. I don't read a whole lot more into that than what it's saying, really. So humane treatment of animals, conserve life by not just killing the female. Just take the eggs, eat the eggs, but don't kill the female because she can have more eggs. Of course, if you're hungry, you can eat the eggs, but don't kill the mother and eat the eggs. Don't be greedy. Don't be a glutton. Respect life. It's teaching humane treatment of life. Okay. Any thoughts, comments, questions on 6 and 7? Okay, let's continue on.
22:8. When you build a new house, then you shall make a parapet for your roof, so that you do not bring blood guilt on your house when one falls from it.
Oh, hang on. What does that mean? Roz?
I was given that scripture years ago, 22:8 from Deuteronomy, because it's a way to test people to see if they're with the Ruach or not with the Ruach, because the Ruach is the parapet. when you build a new house, the new house is when your mind has been when it's been cleansed and is brought, it's with Yahuwah.
Phyllis?
I think the person who owns the house, if he doesn't put the parapet, which is like a railing around the roof to catch the person, then he's responsible for that person falling off. It's like like a lot of construction companies, right? The boss is in charge of everybody's safety, and that's why we have OSHA.
Yeah. So, I mean, negligence, right? So negligent homicide here on behalf of the home builder or owner, right? Now, go ahead, Ross.
Okay, along the same terms as what I was saying, that you have a head of a household, you have a head of a ministry, you have a man that's a head of a church, a circe. So if they fall, then their whole family falls, or their whole batch of people underneath them that they're ministering to falls. So that's, to me, what that has always meant. That if you have somebody that goes against, I'll use the Baptist church, okay?
Mhm.
They're telling falsities from scripture. So they're making the people fall underneath them because they're not telling the whole truth. So if you don't tell what's actually in scripture and you're going off of what you're saying, that's where the blood would be on their hands.
Yeah, it's definitely about personal responsibility. There's no doubt about that. Go ahead, Kim.
Back in the day, I think they made a lot of flat roofs so that they could have parties on the flat roofs or gardens on the flat roofs. And this is about a flat roof needing a border because of the activities that happens on that roof.
That's right. Yeah, they were mostly flat, and there was a lot of activity on the roof for living and sleeping and drying produce and socializing up there, partying, like she said, and so you can imagine people up there a little tipsy on wine or something. It could easily fall off your roof and get injured, and that would be lack of responsibility, personal responsibility, right? Because you were too lazy to put a wall up there for them to keep them from falling off. So, what is the bottom line here? What's the significance of this, Sandra?
It's talking about taking responsibility of your property for others that may be on your property. In other words, you put that parapet as a protection for someone who would happen to fall from that roof.
Okay.
Make sure that you have take responsibility. Don't be negligent.
Right. So this is teaching us to prioritize human life, right, and personal responsibility. Okay, so what's the principle in that case? What's the principle here, Kim?
So if you build a pool, you put a fence around it. If you have a pond, if a fence around it, you just try to think ahead about things that might happen, especially with children, and avoid that from happening.
Yes. And so then what's the principle?
To mind your neighbors, to mind the body of Messiah, to mind, to carry the burden.
You almost got it.
Love your neighbors.
Love your neighbor yourself. There it is. If you're doing something for the safety of the public or your family, aren't you doing it because you love them? You don't want anybody getting hurt? Of course, it's love your neighbor. Thoughts, comments, questions? Okay, let's continue on.
22:9. Do not sow your vineyard with different kinds of seed, lest the yield of the seed which you have sown and the fruit of your vineyard be defiled. Do not plow with an ox and a donkey together. Do not put on a garment of different kinds of wool and linen together. Make tassels on the four corners of the garment with which you cover yourself. When any man takes an asha and shall go in to her, and shall hate her, and shall make abusive charges against her, and bring an evil name on her, and say, I took this asha, and when I came to her, I did not find her a maiden. Then the father and mother of the young asha shall take and bring out the proof of the girl's maidenhood to the elders of the city at the gate. And the girl's father shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter to this man as asha, and he hates her. And see, he has made abusive charges against her, saying, I did not find your daughter a maiden, and yet these are the proofs of my daughter's maidenhood. And they shall spread the garment before the elders of the city. And the elders of that city shall take that man and punish him, and fine him 100 pieces of silver, and give them to the father of the young asha, because he has brought an evil name on a maiden of Israel. And she is to be his asha, and he is not allowed to put her away all his yaman. But if the matter is true that the girl was not found a maiden, then they shall bring out the girl to the door of her father's house, and the men of her city shall stone her to death with stones, because she has done wickedness in Israel, to whore in her father's house. Thus you shall purge the evil from your midst. When a man is found lying with an asha married to a husband, then both of them shall die, both the man that lay with the asha and the asha. Thus you shall purge the evil from Israel.
Okay, hang on. Okay, so we're seeing this purity here, this word purify, the purge, all pertaining to purification, reasonings. Do you see here that by obeying Yahuwah's instructions here, how it narrows down the likelihood of sin? It almost eliminates it, really. The only way it's going to be sinning is those who are disobedient. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, how many women or men are going to go out and commit adultery when they know the penalty's death for both of them? Make you think twice about doing it, wouldn't it? When there's no punishment for that, people going to do it. That's why you see so much of that going on today. There's really no punishment for it other than your spouse finds out and might divorce you. You know, other than that, they're not really being punished for that, for acting that way, that type of behavior. So people, there's no punishment. Hey, yeah, why not? Go ahead, Ross.
But then there's that scripture that's in the new where Yahusha, they brought this woman, and she had been caught in the act with a man, and Yahusha kept looking down, and he was writing on the in the soil, and then each one of the men, after they couldn't accuse her because but the point that I'm trying to make is that they didn't bring the man. They only brought the woman. So a lot of times they're wanting to just accuse the woman of something when the man was also there doing it. They should have brought them both to be able to do that, you know, and stone them, not just her. But they didn't end up stoning her because nobody was without sin. Because he said, if let me find that scripture.
So there is an opinion that what she was writing in the dirt was the name of the man who she committed the adultery with. That's what Yahusha was writing in the dirt, was his name. because both had to be brought forth and stoned.
Mhm.
Well, turned out that the accuser was the one that was having the affair with her. And so therefore they dropped their rocks and took off, knowing that they both would be stoned to death, because it was calling for both, not just for her. As a matter of fact, there was a whole slew of them standing there that was having sex with this woman. And they would all of them would have had to been put to death. So they dropped their stones and took off. So Yahusha was exposing quite a bit right there. Not only was he exposing the fact that the woman was only half the party that was guilty, but also the hypocrisy of the leaders. Okay. All right. Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions on this one? So this is all about purging innocence of sexual purity. And it goes on with marriage as well. So let's continue on, then we'll talk about this.
22:23. When a girl who is a maiden is engaged to a husband, and a man finds her in the city and lies with her, then you shall bring them both out to the gate of that city, and shall stone them to death with stones. The girl, because she did not cry out in the city, and the man, because he has humbled his neighbor's Asha. Thus you shall purge the evil from your midst. But if a man finds the girl who is engaged in the field, and the man seizes her and lies with her, then only the man who lay with her shall die. But you shall do no matter to the girl. The girl has no sin worthy of death, for the matter is like a man who rises against his neighbor and kills him. For he found her in the field, and she cried out, the engaged girl, but without anyone to save her. When a man finds a girl who is a maiden, who is not engaged, and he seizes her and lies with her, and they are found out, then the man who lay with her shall give to the girl's father 50 pieces of silver, and she is to be his Asha, because he has humbled her. He is not allowed to put her away all his yaman. A man does not take his father's Asha, nor uncover his father's skirt.
Okay, a man does not take his father's Asha, nor uncover his father's skirt. That's kind of strange, isn't it? Okay, so here up in 25, we see an exception to the rule that the man who laid with her shall die, but the woman shall not die. So there are exceptions here for one dying and not the other. But this is definitely due to rape. And so these are pretty detailed laws on marriage, accusations, punishments for adultery, and laws regarding rape and seduction. Speaking on punishing sexual immorality, and also protecting the sanctity of marriage as well. Is there any thoughts, comments, or questions? Sexual purity in marriage here, verses 13 through 30. Pretty much covers it pretty good, really. Just about every situation, really. We can see it's all about, purification. Shall purge the evil, shall purge the evil, shall purge the evil. And it's all about keeping Israel pure and set apart. That's why these laws are there, and they're different than the nations. Funny how you don't see a whole. I don't know if you see anywhere about throwing a criminal in prison here in scriptures. It's either do or die here, man. Mostly, death, man. Forget prison, kill him. Go ahead, Kim.
He definitely believes in the death penalty.
That's for sure. Well, thoughts, comments, questions here in this chapter 22. Again, these laws, these instructions are designed to keep the nation of Israel pure and set apart. Having compassion for your neighbor and respecting Yahuwah's instructions.
It's not the Wild Wild West.
No. Definitely structured, isn't it? Kim?
Do you think that in the new kingdom that this death penalty thing will be brought back, even though Yahusha has died for our sins?
In the millennium reign, you're talking about? There's a difference.
Yeah.
There's a millennium reign and there's the eternal reign.
Yeah.
Obviously, in the eternal reign, there will be no death. So yeah.
Right.
But in the millennium reign, everybody's going to be righteous. They're going to be conducting themselves according to the Torah. It's going to be like it was supposed to be all along, under the leadership of Yahusha and his bride.
So we'll end up saying like Musha's wife, this is a bloody thing.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's going to be a lot of sin or in the millennium reign to be going on. But if it does, they're going to be executed. Yeah. At the penalty's death. Sure, they will. It's going to be just like it's supposed to be under the instructions of Yahweh. Very little disobedience, very little unrighteousness, very little sin going on in the millennium reign, but it will be there because flesh and blood will exist. So it will exist, but not at the level where it's at now. It's going to go way back to before men started compiling sin upon the original sin. Thoughts, comments, questions? All right, who wants to read the next one? 23.
I'll try to take a turn.
Let Sandra go. She had her hand up. I'll get to you next one. Sandra, 23, Kim, 24.
Dabarim, Deuteronomy 23, verse 1.
Okay.
No one wounded, crushed, or whose member is cut off does enter the assembly of Yahuwah. No one of illegitimate birth does enter the assembly of Yahuwah. Even a 10th generation of his does not enter the assembly of Yahuwah. An Ammonite, Moabite does not enter the assembly of Yahuwah. Even a 10th generation of them does not ever enter the assembly of Yahuwah, because they did not meet you with bread and water on the way when you came out of Mitzrayim, and because they hired against you Balaam, son of Beor, from Pethor of Aram Naharim, to curse you. But Yahuwah your Elohim refused to listen to Balaam, and Yahuwah your Elohim turned the curse into a blessing for you. because Yahuwah your Elohim loves you. Do not seek their peace nor their good, all your yomim forever. Do not loathe an Edomite. He is your brother. Do not loathe a Mitzrayim, because you were a stranger in his land. The children of the third generation born to them do enter the assembly of Yahuwah. When the army goes out against your enemies, then you shall guard yourself from every evil matter. When there is any man among you who is not clean because of an emission in the Lila, then he shall go outside the camp. Let him not come into the midst of the camp. And it shall be, when evening comes, that he bathes with water. And when the sun sets, let him come into the midst of the camp. And you shall have a place outside the camp where you shall go out, and you shall have a sharp implement among you, among your equipment. And when you sit down outside, you shall dig with it and turn and cover your excrement. For Yahuwah your Elohim walks in the midst of your camp to deliver you and to give your enemies over to you. Therefore, your camp shall be set apart, so that he does not see unclean matter among you, and shall turn away from you. You do not hand over to his master the slave who has escaped from his master to you. Let him dwell with you in your midst, in the place which he chooses, within one of your gates, where it is pleasing to him. Do not oppress him. None of the daughters of Yisrael is to be a cult prostitute, nor any of the sons of Yisrael be a cult prostitute. Do not bring the gift of a whore or the pay of a dog to the house of Yahuwah your Elohim for any bowed offering, for both of these are an abomination to Yahuwah your Elohim. Do not lend at interest to your brother, interest of silver, interest of food, or interest of whatever is lent at interest. To a foreigner you lend at interest, but to your brother you do not lend at interest, so that Yahuwah your Elohim might bless you in all that you put your hand to in the land which you are entering to possess. When you make a vow to Yahuwah your Elohim, do not delay to pay it, for Yahuwah your Elohim is certainly requiring it of you, and it shall be sin in you. But when you abstain from vowing, it is not sin in you. That which has gone from your lips, you shall guard and do. For you voluntarily vowed to Yahuwah your Elohim what you have promised with your mouth. And when you come into your neighbor's vineyard, you shall eat to the satisfaction of your desire, but do not put any in a receptacle of yours. When you come into your neighbor's standing grain, you shall pluck the heads with your hand, but do not use a sickle on your neighbor's standing grain.
All right, thanks, Sandra. Okay, so more law, So it outlines the basically the laws to maintain physical, moral, and spiritual purity of Israel. Okay, so this purification ensures that Israel remains worthy of Yahuwah's presence, and lots of law here. So 1 through 8, 23, 1 through 8, speaks of exclusion, those that are excluded from the assembly. What does that mean? When you're no one wounded, crushed, or who has a member cut off enters the assembly. No one that's illegitimate birth enters the assembly. What does that mean? Ross?
No one that's imperfect. No one that's not, like with you can look at the sheep. If the sheep had a deformity, it wasn't offered as an offering to the Father Yahuwah. And we're offering, when we are going into assembly, we're offering ourselves. So if we're not clean, then we're not clean and we can't go in there.
Mm-hmm. But this is saying wounded, crushed, or a member
Mhm.
cut off, sort of like in battle. I mean, they weren't born with a blemish or a defect. It was inflicted on them. So why do you think they're not allowed to be? What does it mean? Does not enter the assembly of Yahuwah? What does that mean? Does that mean they're not part of Israel anymore because they went to battle for Israel and got their arm cut off with a sword? Now they're not allowed to be a part of Israel? Is that what that means? Go ahead, Kim.
Isn't it the tabernacle or his presence in this time and age?
Yes. So this is talking about you're not allowed to go into the assembly within the walls of the tabernacle. You have to stay outside. Does anybody want to talk about that? There's any thoughts, comments, questions on that? Okay. Yeah. And so just think about that. If you got your finger cut off or your eye put out or your arm cut off in battle, you weren't allowed to go into the assembly anymore. Look at 2. No one of illegitimate birth enters. What does that mean? Sandra?
I'm seeing this as talking about set apartness, being set apart, the unclean from the setting apart, the clean from the unclean. And
Which
then
one?
the illegitimate birth, that means they got to be born of Yahusha. That's what it kind of sounds like to me. Got to be born again.
What would that mean back in these days, illegitimate? How would that be?
Not of the children of Yisrael, not of his set apart seed. Because he's talking about them being in the assembly, in his presence. The unclean and the unclean, the clean and the unclean alike do eat of it. But in the assembly, there's a separation.
Okay, so back in this time period, okay, illegitimate birth would be what?
Not born in wedlock. They're not in the covenant.
Right? Child born out of wedlock. Okay. And so what would that be? That would be some type of forbidden sexual relationship, right? Such as incest or adultery or rape, something like that, right?
Sound like they're not in the covenant.
For 10 generations. So this seems to be highlighting strict preservation of marital purity in Israel. If a man and a woman are living together in our day and they have a child, is that child illegitimate? Would it be considered illegitimate? Anybody? Somebody? Phyllis?
No, it wouldn't be, because what Yahuwah brings together is kept together.
Anybody else? I mean, if they're living together and they have a child, and especially, the father acknowledges it and he signs the birth certificate and the baby has his last name, he's not illegitimate. You can only be illegitimate if you don't know who the father is, or if it's some type of sexual, forbidden sexual relationship, such as incest or adultery or rape or something. Does everybody agree with that? Okay. And so there we go with the, mostly most people think of this as being a child that's born out of wedlock or born to unmarried parents. But really, if you have sexual relationships with somebody, you're married. Did you know that? If you've become one with somebody, nobody can separate you. And when you have sex with somebody, you become one with that person. It don't matter. Even, if you go get a prostitute and you're married to her, man. So there's the guys out there got more than one wife and don't even recognize it. I mean, you could have 100 if you're, with one of them types.
That brought the silence down, Mike.
Huh?
That brought the silence down, except for me.
I hear you. Go to Leviticus 18. Make sure we can find out. Remember Leviticus 18 something. Where is it?
Well, and look at Solomon as a prime example, extreme example.
Yeah. There you go. Let's see. Where is that? Nakedness. Let me see. Do not take Anasha as a rival to her sister. Do not approach Anasha to uncover her nakedness and her separation. Do not have intercourse with the Asha of your neighbor to defile yourself. Do not give any of your offspring to pass through Molech. And do not lie with the male as an Asha. Well, I thought it was there. Maybe it's not. I don't know. I can't find it right now. But anyways, it's up to the 10th generation. Okay. So moving on from there, 9 through 14 is about purity as well. Purity in the camp. Because why? Why there must there be purity in the camp? It's such a high level. Sandra?
Isn't it because Yahuwah is present in the camp?
Yes, that's right. He always walks in the camp. So it must be set apart ground, must be pure. Mm-hmm. And then it even shows that this includes dealing with nocturnal emissions and mandatory disposal of waste outside of the camp. Going to the bathroom, you know. So when there is any man among you who is not clean because of emission in the night, then he shall go outside the camp. Let him not come into the midst of the camp. And it shall be when morning comes, he bathes with water, and when the sun sets, let him come into the midst of the camp. And you shall have a place outside the camp where you shall go out, and you shall have a sharp implement among your equipment. And when you sit down outside, you shall dig with it and turn and cover your excrement. So that's going to the bathroom. So they had to dig a hole, do it, and then bury it outside the camp. They weren't allowed to do it in the camp. Remember, we were talking about that a few weeks ago. Okay. So maintain impurity within the camp because of Yahuwah's presence. Yahuwah walks in the camp. Okay. So then 15 through 25 is social and ethical laws. Notion that they weren't allowed to turn over a runaway slave to the master. They let them live among them. And none of the daughters of Israel could be a cult prostitute or even the sons. Cult prostitute meaning temple prostitute, where they went in and had sex with other people as collecting tithe, giving it to the priest to support the religion. So no male or female prostitutes. It was forbidden. And the earnings could not be even given as a tithe in the temple or even brought into the temple. Look at 18. Do not bring the gift of a whore or the pay of a dog to the house of Yahuwah your Elohim for any vow offered. What does that mean, pay of a dog? Phyllis?
Weren't dogs pagans? They weren't
Right.
Israelites? Okay.
That's correct. So don't bring a gift of a whore or the pay of a dog, Israel, of a Gentile pagan. So they couldn't do that because they're abomination. And then there's 19, where we were talking about last week or week before. They're about the interest. You can lend money to a Israelite, a brother or sister, but you're not allowed to charge them interest of food, silver, or whatever is lent. You cannot charge interest, but to a foreigner you are allowed to charge interest. But to your brother, you do not lend in interest, so that you, your Elohim, might bless you in all that you put your hand to in the land which you are entering. So they're not allowed to. So if I would lend somebody money, I'm not allowed to do it with interest. Matter of fact, not even allowed to do it with the expectation of getting it back. If it comes back to you, great. If it doesn't, no harm done, no foul, because you didn't expect for it to come back when you lent it, even though they promised to give it back. Okay. So there's some more vows to Yahuwah. If you make a vow to Yahuwah, it was to be fulfilled promptly. No hesitation. You had to do what you said. So be careful what you say. All right. And then it goes into your neighborly conduct, which is quite amazing. Even allowing travelers or foreigners go ahead to eat your grapes and your grain. You're allowed to even do it, or they can do it from your field while they're walking through it. They can eat it, but they're not to take any of it away with them in buckets or containers, or to sickle it or anything. But they could eat it, and they could pluck the heads with their hands and eat it, but they weren't allowed to sickle it, which is quite amazing, isn't it? So when somebody says, and I've heard people say that when Yahusha and his Talmudim were walking through the wheat fields and plucking the grains on the Shabbat, that they were stealing. Number one, they were breaking the Shabbat. They were working because they were plucking the grains. Number two, they were stealing from somebody. Okay, so can we see that that's false teaching? See, they were allowed to do that. When you come into your neighbor's standing grain, you shall pluck the heads with your hand, but do not use a sickle on your neighbor's standing grain. So they weren't stealing. They were allowed to do that. Go ahead, Ross.
It was also, they're not supposed to glean the edges, like the corners. That was always there for the poor and needy.
Right. Yeah. They weren't allowed to rake it and clean it all up. That's greediness. To leave it would be loving your neighbor. You thinking about somebody else besides yourself. Somebody that doesn't have a field, perhaps. So more of you love your neighbor. So neighborly conduct here, allowing others to walk through your field and eat. If you go walking through somebody's field in America and you pluck an apple or you eat some grain or whatever, or pull up a carrot and eat it on your way through there, you might get shot. But Scripture says they're allowed to do that, and Scripture says you have to let them do that. Can't forbid them, prohibit them from eating, as long as they're not gathering, like putting it in baskets or something, or sickling it down and taking it with them. They're allowed to walk through and eat any fruit or vegetables or anything, berries on your land, as long as they eating it as they're walking through it and not trying to steal or being greedy. Everybody see that? So I know a lot of us, we don't like trespassers and people on our land. Some of us don't even like somebody stepping on our grass, but it's not scriptural. I mean, it's really quite greedy that behave like that. I ain't going to tell you that story. That's too much. Okay. All right. So, runaway slaves to be kept, not to be returned to the master. No prostitution allowed. No cult prostitution. Earnings, though, were not allowed to be brought to the temple. Loans and interest, not allowed, forbidden to charge to another Israelite, but it could charge interest to the foreigners. Vows were to be fulfilled immediately and promptly, and allow travelers or your neighbors to eat grapes, grain, or fruits or whatever while they're walking across your property, as long as they're not taking it away in baskets. Reminds me of a time when I let a guy fish in my pond one time, and He said, can I keep some? And I said, sure, you can keep enough for supper, whatever, you know. So he sat there for a long time. I go out and I look, and there's these buckets, man. He's got just like hundreds of fish stuffed down in these buckets, man. And I said, look, I said, what are you doing, man? I said, I didn't tell you could do that. He goes, he said, well, you said I could take some for supper. I said, yeah, for supper, man, not for a year's supply. He said, well, I got 10 children. I just turned around and said, okay, whatever. Walked away. He had 10 children. I said, well, maybe he doesn't need a lot of fish. That many kids, you know. But anyway, interesting chapter. Who wants to read 24? Thoughts, comments, questions on 23 before we leave it? No? Let's go to 24 then.
Okay, I'll start it, and if hopefully I can finish it. Here we go.
Okay.
Dabarim for 24. When a man takes an Asha and shall marry her, then it shall be, if she finds no favor in his eyes, because he has found a matter of uncoveredness in her, and shall write her a certificate of divorce, and put it in her hand, and send her out of his house. And if she left his house and went and became another man's Asha, and the latter husband shall hate her and write her a certificate of divorce and put it in her hand and send her out of his house, or when the latter husband died who took her to be his Asha, then her former husband who sent her away is not allowed to take her back to be his Asha after she has been defiled, for that would be an abomination before Yahuwah. And do not bring sin on the land which Yahuwah your Elohim has given you as an inheritance. When a man has taken a new Asha, let him not go out into the army, nor let any matter be imposed upon him. He shall be exempt 1 year for the sake of his home, to rejoice with his Asha, whom he has taken.
Okay,
No one.
Stop. Okay, so marriage and divorce here. We talked about this before, and this is where it's at. You cannot retake a woman that you divorced or she's left and she's had an affair with a man. Then she leaves that man and comes crying back to you. You're not allowed to take her back. It's an abomination. If it says it's an abomination, it should get your attention very quickly. Does anybody got any thoughts, comments, or questions on this? Kim?
Coming out of the UPC. This seems to insinuate that you can marry after divorce.
How are you seeing that? This is saying you cannot.
No, like he first gets divorced from one man, and then she gets a new husband. In verse 3, and that's all I'm asking.
Now, in verse 3, it says, "And the later husband shall hate her, and write her a certificate of divorce, and put it in her hand, and send her out of his house, or when the latter husband dies, who took her to be the Asha." So it's not. We got to back that up. When a man takes an Asha and shall marry her, then it shall be, if she finds no favor in his eyes, because he has found a matter of uncoveredness in her, and he shall write her a certificate of divorce and put it in her hand and send her out of the house. And if she left his house and went and became another man's Asha, the later husband shall hate her. Okay, and so then her former husband who sent her away, it would be the first husband, so the latter husband is the second husband, sent her away, is not allowed to take her back to be his Asha after she had been defiled, had sex with another man, for that would be an abomination. So no, A woman cannot remarry her first husband.
No.
After being with another man, even
That's
after.
not what I was asking. I'm sorry, I did listed the wrong verse. Verse 2 says that after she has left the house, that she went and became another man's husband. So, or no, I mean wife. So
Yeah.
it's allowed, because I thought that it was not allowed.
It's not allowed
for a second, not to return to the first man, but not allowed for a woman to remarry.
It's not allowed. Neither one. Okay, so it was specifically with the wife. Okay, you got to remember that back then men could have more than one wife. Okay, and so as long as it was his wife, he could. Okay, but pertaining to the woman, she was not allowed to come back to the first husband. Is what this is saying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're not allowed. Now, if you only have one husband and one wife, you don't have multi-wives, okay? Then if he puts her away, then neither one of them are supposed to have, go out and remarry. Their only alternative would be to recounsel. If they do, they commit adultery and causes the one they had the affair with to have adultery as well. So that sin is on them as well.
So verse 2 is a sin and verse 3 is a sin also.
Yeah, well, the woman cannot remarry her first husband after a second divorce, after divorcing the one that she went out and had the affair with, even if he dies. She's not allowed to. It's an abomination. Any thoughts, comments, questions? So basically, if you divorce your wife and she goes out, she gets remarried, and her husband dies, and then she comes back to you and says, "I want to come back with you and remarry you, be your wife again." You're not allowed, even if he dies. Not allowed. It's an abomination. I know a lot of people that's done that, but you're not allowed. I know a lot of people that's done a lot of things among the nations, the Gentiles. Doesn't mean they're allowed just because they've done them. Go ahead, Sandra.
It brings to mind, remember when Yahusha said that Musha gave you that certificate, that authorization of divorce because of the hardness of your heart. But in the beginning, it was not so. Because he counted them as one. So
you're really not divorced, are you? Because you cannot be separated once you've been unionized, right? And so
except made for fornication.
Yeah. So certificate of divorce, all that is a piece of paper saying that you're allowed to go live somewhere else away from my house, okay? And live away from me because I can't stand you, but that's it. You're not allowed to remarry. You're not allowed to have sex with anybody else. You're not allowed to do anything. And as long as you stay that way, if we want someday we start liking each other again, we can recounsel and you can come back and we can be married, act as a husband and wife. But if you marry somebody else or go live with somebody else and have sex with them, you can't come back here ever. That's basically what it's saying. Ross?
What about that scripture that the man had to marry a prostitute? You remember that scripture?
Hosea, yeah. What about it?
Because it seems like, well, she wouldn't have been a virgin in the first place.
No.
And she would have been with many men. I mean, Rahab was also like that because she married into the bloodline of I forget what she was.
Well, number one, she was not Hosea's wife. Okay. He didn't divorce her, and then she went and had an affair and come back. Yahuwah told him to go marry a prostitute and have children with her because he wanted Hosea and this nation of Israel to know what they make him feel like when they go whoring after other mighty ones, commit and being pagans. Because to him, that's just like adultery. So that's why he told him to do that, so that they would know how he felt, how people made him feel. This is how I feel. Go marry a prostitute, have children with her, and then she's going to go whoring on you. Okay. As a matter of fact, she's going to have an illegitimate child on you, and see how you feel. Because how you feel makes this how I feel. That's how you guys make me feel. That's what that was all about. It had nothing to do with this law here.
So I'm seeing this law as just defining that in the case that since your heart is so hard and you want to issue a divorce, after the divorce has been issued, these are the laws of behavior toward the Asha that you have divorced. In other words, she has decided that she is going to go and marry someone else. So that brings uncleanness into you all separation, but you are not to have her back, is what it specifically is saying.
Yeah, you would never authorize divorce. That was Moses that did that.
Because of the hardness of the heart.
Like I said, it still didn't divide them or separate them. They were still married. He just sent her away. He couldn't stand her anymore. That's it. Okay. There was no permanent separation or legal separation there as far as Yahuwah was concerned. What Moses did was say, okay, man, I can't stand and listen to this anymore. If you want to send her away, here, I'll give you a certificate, hand her this certificate of divorce, and she can go live away with somebody else or by herself, and you don't have to look at her anymore. That's what you want. But he never said you're totally separated and free from her, like death causes. He never told him that.
Yeah, because what Yahuwah joined together, let no man put asunder.
Yeah, that means it's impossible. No, you can't do it. Now, you might think you can do it. You can sugarcoat it, pretend like they are by the court saying, "Oh, grant you divorce, go get remarried." That's man. Are we to listen to man, or are we to listen to Yahuwah? So we got to ask ourselves. All right. Go ahead. Is there any other thoughts, comments, or questions at all? Okay, go ahead, Kim. Let's continue on.
Dabarim 24:6. No one takes in pledge the lower or the upper millstone, for he would be taking a life in pledge. When a man is found kidnapped, any of his brothers of the children of Yisrael, and treats him harshly or sells him, then that kidnapper shall die. Thus you shall purge the evil from your midst. Take heed in an outbreak of leprosy to diligently guard and do according to all that the priests and the Louis, how do you say that? Luim. I've always wondered.
Luim. That's a yod mim, making it plural.
Thank you. The Luim teach you, as I have commanded them, so you shall guard to do. Remember that Yahuwah your Elohim did to Mariam in the way when you came out of Mitzrayim, when you led your brother, when you let your brother alone, do not go into his house to get his pledge. Stand outside and let the man to whom you lent bring the pledge out to you. And if the man is poor, do not sleep with his pledge, but by all means return the pledge to him at sundown, and he shall sleep in it in his own garment, and shall bless you, and it shall be righteousness to you before Yahuwah your Elohim.
Okay, hang on. Okay, so 10 through 13 here, along with verse 6, really, the protection of the livelihood of people. Okay, so creditors cannot take a person's his tools. Here up in 6, no one takes in pledge the lower of the upper millstone, or he would be taken a life in pledge. So you're not allowed to take what they make a living with. Okay, what creates their livelihood in a pledge. Okay, so tools or whatever, the essential tools, as a pledge that they make their livelihood. So protecting someone's livelihood here. Notice the garment taken as collateral must return by sundown, to allow the debtor to sleep in them. What do y'all think that's about? And he shall sleep in his own garment. And shall bless you. And it shall be righteous to you before you who are your Elohim. Phyllis?
Love your neighbor as yourself.
Yeah. Right back to love your neighbors yourself. All right. Any thoughts, comments, questions on this? So 10, verse 10 through 13 is protection of one's livelihood, ensuring no one starves or cannot support their family, themselves or their family. Okay. All right, Kim, let's go.
Verse 14. Do not oppress a hired servant who is poor and needy of your brothers or of the strangers who is in your land within your gates. Give him his wages on the same yom, and do not let the sun go down on it, for he is poor, and lift up his being to it. So that he does not cry out against you to Yahuwah, and it shall be sin to you. Fathers are not to put to death for their children. The children are not to put to death for their fathers. Each is to die for his own sin.
Okay, stop. Okay, so right here shows that there's no generational curse. There's another place for that. Everybody understanding that? It's pretty straightforward. Fathers are not put to death for their children. Children are not put to death for their fathers. Each is to die for his own sin. Shouldn't be any questions on that one. It's pretty straightforward. This eliminates the ideology of generational curse. No questions on that? All right, let's go ahead and go, Kim.
Verse 17. Do not twist the right rulings of a stranger, or of the fatherless, nor take the garments of a widow. But you shall remember that you were a slave in Mitzrayim, and that Yahuwah your Elohim redeemed you from there. Therefore, I am commanding you to do this word. When you reap your harvest in your field, and have forgotten a sheaf in the field, do not go back to get it. Let it be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow, so that Yahuwah your Elohim might bless you in all the work of your hands. When you beat your olive trees, do not examine the branch behind you. Let it be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow. When you gather the grapes of your vine, do not glean behind you. Let it be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow. And when you shall remember, you shall remember that you were a slave in the land of Mitzrayim. Therefore, I am commanding you to do this word.
Okay, thank you, Kim. Okay, so this chapter basically is reinforcing that Israel should act with compassion toward others, be merciful and fair to others. Loving their neighbor is what this is all about. Okay, while they remember their own experience as slaves in Egypt. Okay. So here we have social justice and fair labor laws in the Torah. All right. So, your hired workers must be paid before the sun goes down, especially if they're poor or a foreigner, to prevent them from crying out to Yahuwah. And the farmers are to leave their leftovers, the gleanings for the foreigner, the orphan, and the widow to consume. So we have social justice, we have fair law, fair labor practices here, and we have individual responsibility, and we also have human rights here in the Torah, such as kidnapping in verse 7 and 9 is punishable by death. And here we have strict adherence to the instructions regarding what? Zarat, leprosy. And even citing the example of Miriam, Moses and Aaron's sister. People are not to be punished for the sins of their parents or the sins of their children. So human rights. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Take heed in an outbreak of leprosy to diligently guard and do according to all that the priests, the Levites, teach you, as I have commanded them, so you shall guard to do. Remember what Yahuwah your Elohim did to Miriam on the way when you came out of Mitzrayim. Okay, so what did he do to her? Y'all remember? It says to remember it.
He struck her with leprosy, didn't he?
Yeah, he struck her
For
with
7
leprosy.
days.
That's right. Why?
Because she spoke against his anointed. And scripture say, don't do something to my anointed and do my prophets no harm.
Right.
Because she spoke against Musha.
They were speaking against Yahuwah's servant.
They had a little gossip party going on.
So Yahuwah's like, how dare you speak against my servant? And he struck her with leprosy. Okay. So she conceived sin and became an infected one by her gossiping and her slandering of Yahuwah's servant. So spiritually, this is a denial into the reign of Yahuwah if you do this. Is it not? This is why he sends them to a priest and not to a doctor. Is there any thoughts, comments, or questions on this? It shouldn't be after last night, but go ahead, Sandra.
I was just going to add that we really shouldn't be talking about any of his creation, because not even Michal, the messenger, did not bring a railing accusation against Shaitan. He just said, Yahuwah rebuke you. You know?
Right.
So sometimes we get a little, I don't know, we forget, you know, you look into the mirror and you forget where you come from. Like, we begin to learn a little knowledge and learn how to begin to obey. But then we forget we were sinners too, just like those that are lost today that don't receive him. And we got to remember to be especially meek and humble at all times, and not get lifted up in pride, because he gave us the gift to believe him. It is nothing we did ourselves. It's his gift, and he was kind enough to open our eyes. So we should be thankful at all times and really pity those that haven't opened their eyes to. It doesn't mean they won't open their eyes, but we shouldn't be talking about anyone, no matter what they're doing. We're supposed to be blessing.
Especially, do not be talking about Phil. No.
Don't talk about anyone.
I'll go with that. Anyone.
I'm not going to talk about your brother, Phil.
Phil knows karate, so you better watch it. Go ahead, Phil.
No, I definitely agree. But I have said, be careful, for Yahuwah is my guardian. He walks before me. And they don't know what to do. And I've not really have this too much, because we have what Sandra's saying. But there are times you have to command things, for sure, in his name. No doubt about it. And I think it's with your prince, mainly in spirit, but it's definitely, we're supposed to go boldly, with humble, with you know, obviously what you're saying. But yeah, definitely, because it's, when you do that, they don't know what to do. They're alien. You know, we're commanded to command. There's no doubt about it. So, with love, but you know what I mean? I think.
Yeah.
I think you've done that too, Mark. We've talked about this before, but it's just a different level, and not everybody's given that gift either. You know what I mean? So, as a protector, as an extension of his protection, temporally. So whatever, but yeah, definitely.
Yeah, Rick.
5 says, "Bless those who curse you." And then when Shimei came against Dawood when he was in flight, he said, Yahuwah, if this is what Yahuwah want him to say against me, leave him alone. When his men said, you want us to get this? They was getting ready to take him out of the game. And remember when Yahusha was getting ready to be staked, and somebody took the sword and cut off it, he said, oh, no. If you live by the sword, you're going to die by the sword. We overcome evil with good. I'm learning that.
So Rick here says, remember Bathsheba was married and Dawood fooled around with her and then sent her husband to the front line to get killed, and then took her for his wife. Did anybody remember what happened to King Dawood because he did this? What was the punishment?
The sword never left his house.
Ross?
The baby that she was pregnant with died shortly after birth.
Right.
Absalom came against him, and then one son raped his daughter. Sword never left his house because he had done that.
Yeah, so his son died because he killed her first husband. And so David's son, firstborn with her, died. Horrible punishment. But right in its ruin, though, wasn't it? Okay, anybody got any thoughts, comments, or questions on this chapter 24? Notice how much Yahuwah cares about the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow. I mean, he really cares about them. Look at James. Was it James or Jude? Let me think. Maybe it was Jude.
I think it's in Yakub, pure and undefiled piousness before Yahuwah.
Yeah.
To visit the fatherless and the widows in their affliction.
Yeah.
Yakub chapter.
So what Yahuwah sees as piousness is caring about the widow and the fatherless, and keeping oneself unstained from the world. That's piousness. So what does that mean? Keeping one unstained from the world. What does that mean? How would you define that?
Don't walk as the world does. Love not the world or the things that are of the world.
Make it more.
Walk according to his word. Obey his commandments and live.
Love thy neighbor.
Yeah.
Love thy neighbor. Sorry.
And you love your enemy.
Keep yourself unstained from the world. Okay, clean and undefiled piousness for the Elohim and Father is this: to visit orphans, the fatherless, and widows. A widow is somebody who has no one. Everybody's died. She has no son, no husband, no nothing. In their affliction, in their sufferings. Okay, and to keep oneself unstained from the world, set apart from the world. That's what unstained means.
All this in the world is what? The lust of the eyes, lust of the flesh, and the pride of life.
Stay unstained, be set apart. Same thing. Set apartness is huge. It's all about what we're studying about now. The purification of Israel is the set apartness of the nation from the rest of the world.
Be ye set apart, because I am set apart. It's a scripture. Is that in Hebrews?
Okay, so is there any other questions, comments, or thoughts on this one? Deuteronomy 24.
So it's like all of these chapters are about the execution of the 10 Dabarim. When you really look, it's like detailing the 10 Dabarim in action, putting it in action. That's what it looks like.
Kim?
On the kidnapping one, it says if you kidnap your brother's child and are harsh, does that mean, does it mean both are bad, or is it condoning that only if you're harsh to them?
Well, I think that is probably two of the reasons why they would kidnap. Not that. So, in other words, if you kidnapped one and you treated them good or didn't sell them or anything, it was okay. It doesn't mean that, no. So, when a man is found kidnapping any of his brothers of the children of Israel, meaning another Israelite, and treats him harshly or sells him, then the kidnapper shall die, purging the evil from your midst. So, in other words, that's probably two of the big reasons why they would kidnap somebody. Not stating that it's okay to kidnap if you don't do those two things. That's not what it means. Okay? Ross?
Seems like it's also bringing up the fact of how Joseph was done. He didn't want that to happen anymore. The brothers weren't killed for it, but yet he was sold several times.
Yeah. So, based on this law in the Torah, then should his brothers should they have been killed?
It sounds like it.
Yeah, they basically kidnapped Joseph and sold him. So basically, by all rights, they should have been put to death. Right?
Yeah.
So what happened instead?
He used a tragedy to make the salvation of the family by him being over there in Egypt.
Yeah, they got stuck in Egypt and their lineage became slaves for 400 years.
Mm-hmm.
So in a way, that's the death of the entire nation in a way. Because if you're a slave, you might as well be dead, in my opinion. But instead of being killed, you made their lineage, their sons and daughters, pay for the crime by putting them into slavery for 400 years. All right. Are the Israelites in the promised land yet? No, they are not. They're still in the wilderness. So therefore, the entire Torah must be what? Kim?
It is forever, for, during, and after.
Yeah, but I'm speaking about they haven't gone into Israel yet. They have not went across the Jordan yet. So what is the Torah? Sandra?
I think it's the way, the truth, and the life.
No?
It's our guidelines. So it's possible that these guidelines is what the Canaanites were doing. He's telling them not to do.
Okay. So what does that make the Torah?
Our instructions, our guide.
Training. It's the training.
A lamp to our feet, a light into our path.
They're training to live with Yahuwah. Are they not? Yeah, they are. So he's purifying the people first and training them how to live with him before they even go into the promised land. And then when they cross over the Jordan, what's he going to do? He's got to purify the land. It's all about purification, isn't it? Yes, it is. Okay, they're not there yet. They're not in the promised land yet. They haven't crossed over the Jordan. Okay, thoughts, comments, or questions on 24? Roz?
Also, just something that just came to me is actually he took all of the older ones away. All of the for going into the promised land, he took all of the old ones, and then they're coming in as children, and it leads you to the way that Yahusha said about if you take any of these, about the children, you had to be as a child and learn as a child.
Yeah, so what is Deuteronomy all about?
All
Why
about
are we rehashing the Torah here in Deuteronomy, book 5? Why? What's Deuteronomy all about? Phil?
learning.
Training
Training for who?
to live with Yahusha.
For Yahuwah to reign. Going into the reign of Yahuwah. It's
For
almost
who?
like
For who?
for the children of Yeshua.
What children?
The ones that are that are headed into the promised land.
Who are they?
They're right here. The
Who?
ones, they're the children of Yeshua. They're about
Ross just said they all died.
No, the older ones died in the 40 years of wilderness. Now the new generation is coming.
That's what I'm looking for. This is written for the new generation.
Yeah.
That's why it's being reinforced and retold so that they understand that all the laws that were given to the old generation still applies to them before they even cross over. He's making that clear. Go ahead, Ross.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, was that it was the parents that had passed, and then he didn't let any of them go over because of all of their whinings and everything. And all of the children were learning as children. So
yeah, and they weren't allowed to go over either until he restated the Torah that is still applied to them. Make sure they understood that. Why? Because they had to be purified. The people had to be purified first. And then after they crossed over, then he would purify the land that they were going over to inhabit. Okay? So Deuteronomy is pretty much a repeat of the Torah. It's just a repeat. It's just a review. It's a review before the test. Put it that way. Thoughts, comments, questions? On 24? All right, who wants to read 25? Phil, go ahead, man. Kim, you got a question?
I just want to say goodbye to everybody. I got to go check on the chickens. They're making a lot of noise. Bye.
All right.
I'll catch y'all on the recording.
Okay. Go ahead, Phil.
Deuteronomy 25, verse 1. When there's a dispute between men, they shall come to judgment, and they shall be judged. And the righteous declare righteousness, and the wrongdoer declared wrong. And it shall be, if the wrongdoer is to be beaten, that the judge shall cause him to lie down and be beaten in his presence, with the number of blows according to his wrong. 40 blows he gives him, but no more, lest he beat him with many more blows than these, and your brother be degraded before your eyes.
Okay,
Do
hang
not.
on.
Okay.
Okay, so what is this? What would you call this? And why is this? Anybody? Sandra?
So this is the right ruling on how to execute judgment between two people that are, or it could be a nation or a family, that have a dispute. It's just how to, but don't do it partially. Don't have partiality. Make sure that Declare the wrong wrong and the right right. And then this is the punishment for the wrongdoer. But one thing that's amazing is I think it's in Yashayahu chapter, at the end of Yashayahu 52. It talks about how Yahusha was beaten so badly that he was marred beyond any recognition. That's the last verse. Every time I read that, it says, sovereign, it says, for you shall not come out in haste or go in fright, for Yahuwah is going before you, and the Elohim of Yisrael is your rear guard. See, my servant shall work wisely. He shall be exalted and lifted up and very high. As many as were astonished at you, so the disfigurement beyond any man's, and his form beyond the sons of men, he shall likewise startle many nations. Sovereigns shut their mouths at him, for what had not been recounted to them, they shall see, and what they had not heard, they shall understand. Then it goes into his sufferings in Yashayahu chapter 53. So, in other words, you can beat him, but there's a limit. You can't just beat him to death or unrecognizable for his punishment. Punish him with compassion, right?
Yeah, definitely allowing him to human dignity, not to strip him of his dignity, you know.
Oh, okay. I like that.
Yeah. So this is a law for corporate punishment, isn't it? So it's fairness, and it limits the punishment of a person. They're not allowed to be punished beyond their dignity. Okay. So this is corporal punishment here. Law of corporal punishment, if you will. This establishes justice and fairness, and also reinforces compassion, even though a wrong was committed. They had to maintain compassion. That's why there's a limit on the blows given. Okay. Thoughts, comments, or questions? Oz.
Yeah, it sounds more like also like so the judges do not have an overreach as well on over people's like judgment. Like they can process a judgment, but they also have a limit of overreaching that judgment.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, this would have been a crime or a dispute that didn't include death sentence, other than the death sentence. So it had to be a more milder crime that was less than death, And so it doesn't mean that they would get 40 lashes for anything, but up to 40. So it could have been 5 or 10 or 20, but the maximum sentence would have been 40. So this would be more of a maximum rather than a minimal or, immediate type punishment, intermediate type punishment. Okay. So fairness and limits on punishment here. Judges to judge fairly between two men, and one would be declared righteous and the other would be declared wrong and punished accordingly, according to the crime. funny, they had to be beaten in the presence of the judge, so that kind of put the judge in check, didn't it? It's like the judge had to be the one that laid them down, and they had to be beaten in his presence. So, I mean, unless you were sadistic or something, that'd be hard to stand there and watch somebody be beaten like that. So that would make them more merciful on their conviction, on their punishment, wouldn't it? So I got to sit there and watch this. Just give him 3 blows, man. I can't stand to watch him get any more, man. So it kind of put a check on the judge's compassion as well. Go ahead, Ross.
It's also, I keep thinking about how it happened to Yahusha. He was treated so badly while he was on the tree or stake. And then as he was walking to it, he was, so, and the sponge that he was given drink with was a sponge that they used like to go to the bathroom with. So everything was disgusting that they did to him.
Is there any other thoughts, comments, or questions? All right, so 1 through 3 is fairness and limits on punishment, fair judgment and limits on punishment. Okay, anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? All right, let's continue on then.
Deuteronomy 25, verse 4. Do not muzzle an ox while it is threshing.
Stop. What does that mean? What does that mean? We hear this a lot. Do not muzzle an ox while it is threshing. What's the purpose of this? Fellas?
You must allow it to eat as it works so that it doesn't become faint.
Right. So, So this law mandates fairness for the working animals, specifically the ox here. So forbidding them from being muzzled while they're treading the grain. So why? What does this show or teach us? What is it about?
The righteous man cares for the beast, it says in Mashal.
Yeah, but what is it showing or teaching?
Teaching love and compassion for your workers. Teaching you to care about those.
Love
Paul
and
uses this in one of his epistles. In other words, for somebody that's out there feeding you your spiritual food, then they should be able to partake of the grain that they're feeding you. In other words, you're given, like for example, if you were a teacher and you're explaining the word to us, demonstrating it under Yahuwah, then we're not supposed to have tight fists towards you or towards anyone or anyone that's working for us. We're supposed to open and give freely, because if you give freely, you will reap sparingly too. It's a scripture that says that.
Yeah, that's an expansion on this for sure. But basically, this is very simply stated here, and it does mean to have compassion for creatures, for animals, as well as men, but specifically here for animals. We're not supposed to treat even his animals harshly, and it forbidding them from eating while they're working. So allow them to go ahead and eat while they work. Okay. All right. Thoughts, comments, question? All right, Phil, let's go.
Verse 5. When brothers dwell together and one of them has died and has no son, The widow of the dead man shall not become a stranger's outside. Her husband's brother does not go into her, and shall take her as his asha, and perform the duty of a husband's brother to her. And it shall be that the firstborn son which she bears not rise up for the name of his dead brother, so that his name is not blotted out of Israel. But if a man does not desire to take his brother's asha, then let his brother's asha go up to the gate to the elders and say, my husband's brother refuses to raise up a name to his brother in Israel. He does not agree to perform the duty of my husband's brother. The elders of the city shall call him and speak to him, and he shall stand and say, I have no desire to take her. This is the brother's ashes shall come to him in the presence of the elders, and remove his sandal from his foot, and shall spit in his face, and answer and say, thus it is done to the man who does not build up his brother's house. And in Israel his name shall be called the house of him who had his sandal removed.
Okay,
When
hang
men,
on.
okay,
Okay, so what's this all about? I think we've all heard about this, right? This custom of theirs. If he doesn't do it, the woman is to remove his sandal from his foot and spit in his face. Ross?
Well, this has to do with the Redeemer, doesn't it? And it's the same thing of like what happened with Ruth about the Redeemer. And the first person didn't want her or didn't want the to take on that responsibility, and then Boaz took it. So
Yeah, this wasn't taken lightly here. This wasn't a joke. If this happened to a man, it was pretty much public scrutiny, shame. In many cases, people would stay away from him, not talk to him. So he would be shunned by the community for this. So this brought a lot of shame on this man and his household if he didn't follow through with this Torah command. So liberate marriage is what this is about. To liberate marriage. Any questions on this? Why was this done?
What did
Why
you mean by liberate marriage? What you telling me?
liberate marriage?
Huh? Liberate marriage.
Marriage. Yeah, to continue on the brother's line. So what did this mean?
To keep the seed alive? Is it about keeping the brother's seed alive? Is it keeping his inheritance?
The brother's name wouldn't disappear from the land of Israel.
Oh.
Okay.
Liberate marriage. I don't get it.
Yeah. So, it was not a marriage, okay, but it was a marriage in the fact that the brother could mate with his deceased brother's wife, so that they would have a son to inherit his brother's portion of land, so that the land stayed in the family. So it would be, I guess, literally, it would be a marriage with a brother-in-law. It would be the definition of it, if that's what you're asking.
So does this have anything to do with Yahusha being the kinsman redeemer for us because the first Adam fell?
What's that?
Does it have any relationship to Yahusha being the second Adam, being our kinsman redeemer? Because the first Adam fell. Does it have any relationship with that?
Not that I can pinpoint.
Okay.
So there's a sororate marriage and there is a liberate marriage. Okay. In the Hebrew, it's yibum. Yibum. Okay. So the sororate marriage is where a man marries his deceased wife's sister. A liberate marriage is when a man, we could say married or impregnates his deceased brother's wife. If you're looking for a definition. Is that what you're asking me, Sandra? I'm not picking up what you're saying. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I was just trying to get an understanding of what you meant by the liberate marriage. So it's two types of marriage. It's two types of marriages. One where you marry your sister's.
Well, I wouldn't say there's two types of marriage. I'm
Your
just saying.
sister-in-law, and one where you marry your brother-in-law.
If you marry your deceased wife's sister, okay, that's a sororate marriage. If you marry your dead brother's wife to impregnate her, to carry on his heritage, his name, that's what that Levirate or liberate marriage is.
Liberate. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, or questions? In Hebrew, it's yibum. Y-I-B-B-U-M. Yibum. All right. Thoughts, comments, questions? Let's continue on.
Chapter 11. When men fight with one another, and the Asha of one shall draw near to rescue her husband from the hand of the one attacking him, and shall put out her hand and seize him by the genitals, then you shall cut off her hand. Your eye does not pardon. You shall not have in your bag differing weights, a heavy and a light. You shall not have in your house differing measures, a large and a small. You shall have a perfect and right weight, and a perfect and right measure, so that they prolong your yamen on the soil which Yahuwah your Elohim is giving you. For those who do these, and all that do unrighteously, are an abomination to Yahuwah your Elohim. Remember what Amalek did to you on the way as you were coming out of Mitzrayim, how he met you on the way and attacked your back, all the feeble ones in your rear, when you were tired and weary, and he did not fear Elohim. Therefore it shall be, when Yahuwah your Elohim has given rest from your enemies all around, in the land which Yahuwah your Elohim is giving you to possess as an inheritance, that you blot out the remembrance of Amalek from under the Shamanim. Do not forget.
Okay. All right. So back to 11 and 12, where it says, when a man get in a fight, and Asha of one of the men comes near to rescue her husband from the hand of one attacking, and shall put her hand and seize him by the Gentiles, then you shall cut off her hand. Your eyes does not pardon. Okay, so why? What's up with this, man? I mean, we've all probably seen this. A couple may get in a fight and their girlfriend or their wife jumps on the back of the other guy, starts going crazy like a maniac trying to save her husband or whatever. I mean, she shouldn't get involved, should she? So what is this all about? This interference. Go ahead, Oz.
I mean, but yeah, it kind of gives you that sort of sense, but then it goes right into weights and heavies and lights. So it also sounds like not potentially just an actual fight, like a physical fight, but it could be like a difference between a man, of difference between two men in regards business, in regards, something else, that the woman might help her husband to win the fight, not only physically, but maybe, taking away something from the other man, or like adding more weight to the back of the other man that he took something, like interfering in a way that I guess her husband could actually win the battle, not just physically, but like also like arguably or verbally. I don't know if that makes sense. Because it jumps right into the weights, it's like.
Well, that's something different. So 11 and 12 is specifically about social interference, okay? And 13 through 16 is about fair weights and measures, about honest business practices. And 17 and 19 is duty regarding Amalek. Okay, so those are different subjects rolled up in one. That's the one thing you got to watch out for in Deuteronomy. And the reason I've been highlighting the verses is because the context changes rapidly down through the chapters. Okay, so we can't mix them. Got to separate them so we know what we're talking about here. So they wouldn't blend like that. It would be a short context. Okay, so we got to make sure we keep that, identify the context of each one, and like I said, in Deuteronomy they're very short. Like in this chapter, we have 5 different contexts. Go ahead, Sandra. Sandra, go ahead.
So one of the things he hates is using your hands to shed innocent blood, is what came to my mind. But if she puts her hand to his genitals, she's messing with the man's manhood. She ain't even got no business up in the fight in the first place. It's not a fair fight. She breaks him. It's almost like if you push in karate, if you push somebody up, no, you wipe out their whole head. They are dead ducks at that point. Sort of kind of like that is why he said cut off her hand, because she put her hand forth to do evil. She put her hand on that man's life, on his life source. You don't do that to a man.
Yeah, I mean, this is, and I hate to say this, but this is kind of like talking about fair fighting, isn't it? I mean, you ever see a man get in a fight and 3 or 4 of his buddies jumps in to help him out? This would be kind of like the same thing. Instead of a one-on-one fighting, you get 3-on-1. Well, that's not a fair fight, is it? And so then the 3 walk away like they're big and bad and boasting, but it took 3 of them to beat up the 1. Well, that's not a fair exchange, And so it sounds kind of odd, but even in this, in a conflict like fighting here, Scripture seems to be highlighting that certain extreme actions are prohibited, even in conflict. And so very, very extreme punishment, cut off her hand. Wow. Right? Go ahead, Phyllis.
Do you think it might also have to do with the fact that she is touching generations to come? She is touching future generations that could be damaged and not get born.
if she ripped him off, maybe, you know, but injuring him, I mean, if somebody kicks a male in his testicles, you know, he may go down in pain, but chances are he's going to still be able to have children. You know what I mean? So I don't think it does personally, unless you rip them off or something. You know what I'm saying? But this is more to me, is speaking about helping her husband win the fight between the two men. So it's immoral for two men, three men, five men to jump on one man. Apparently, to Yahuwah, it's immoral for even a woman to help a man beat up another man. And I think this is what it's saying. And you know, in here, in all rights, the husband should have already told his wife, you know, hey, I don't need your help. You know, if I win, I win. If I lose, I lose. But you stay out of it. This ain't your place. See what I'm saying? And I think Yahuwah sees this in a way that he doesn't like it either, because he wants them to cut her hand off. Man, that's some serious punishment for this. This ain't a joke, man. He wants to cut her hand off. So obviously Yahuwah's taking this very seriously, and he doesn't like it one bit if he wants them to cut her hand off, you know. So I don't know. It seems to be teaching that even during conflict, that certain extreme actions are prohibited, such as two ganging up on one. I mean, that's what I'm seeing here. There's not a whole lot about it. There's only 2 verses, but that's what I'm getting out of it personally. Thoughts, comments, questions? I've seen it before myself. I've seen it more than once. I've seen a wife jump on somebody's back or kick somebody in their testicles when their husband's fighting them, jump into the fight, hit them with the baseball bat. Even I saw one time a golf club once to help protect her husband and help her husband win the fight. Well, obviously Yahuwah doesn't like it. So I wouldn't, Men, have a talk with your wife, and wife need to understand Yahuwah don't like that. The way I'm reading it. Are you going to cut off your hand? That's something that you need to give a serious thought about that. Because remember, if you're Maine, you're losing a extremity or something, you're not allowed into the assembly. So 13 and 16 is about fair weights and measures here, honest business practices. You shall not have in your bag different weights, a heavy and a light, cheating. And you shall not have in your house different measures, a large and a small. You shall have a perfect and right weight, perfect and right measure, so that they prolong your days on the soil. And so he's going to give you a less life span if you do these things. He's going to take away your lifespan. Longevity is going to pay the price with your longevity. For all who do these and all who do unrighteously are an abomination to Yahuwah. There again, an abomination is something we take very seriously. So no cheating in practice when you do your business practices. Basically, you need to stay honest. It's highly forbidden dishonesty in business practices here. So this emphasizes honesty in trade and commerce, even calling it an abomination to cheat somebody in a business deal. Thoughts, comments, and questions on this one? So 17 and 19, basically about Amalek. What is that all about? Remember what Amalek did to you on the way as you were coming out of Egypt. What's that mean? Who is he? Anybody remember, Phyllis?
They asked Amalek if they could pass by their land, and they said, we'll pay for anything we use up or anything we mess up, we'll take care of. But Amalek would not let them pass by. I mean, pass through.
Yeah. Says do not forget what he did. I mean, this is wild, right? And so they were commanded to destroy the Amalekites for their cowardly attack on the weak and weary during their journey out of Egypt. And he did not fear Elohim. See how he met you on the way and attacked your back, those in the rear, the feeble ones in your rear, when you were tired and weary. And he did not fear Elohim. So it was a cowardly act, okay, a cowardly attack on the weak and the weary in the rear of the columns. So kind of like a snake, right? You're going to get feel powerful for attacking the weak and the feeble, the weary, the old, the lame, the young. You know, and he's getting a power trip out of it, right? And so, what does this tell us about Yahuwah then? Understanding his character of Yahuwah. Anybody? So this helps us to understand Yahuwah a little bit better by understanding that he does not accept fraud or cruelty. And fraud and cruelty are detestable to Yahuwah. And he doesn't tolerate it. So no fraud and no cruelty even to animals is allowed. Okay. Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Chapter 25. Phyllis?
I wonder why there is so much cruelty allowed in this world. It's something I think about all the time, how Yahushua can stand to bear cruelty to people, cruelty to animals. Sometimes I cry myself to sleep thinking about it.
Yeah. Well, it's one of the reasons why Yahuwah commands us to be set apart and not be like them, to be different than them. And so, does it make a difference? Yes. Yes, we make a difference. Think about a world where there was no nice people. There was all fraud and despair and evil and tyranny and all that with no good. So, yeah, good people make a difference. So don't lose heart. Do what you were born to do, and that's to be good. So Deuteronomy 26 will be the last chapter of the day. I'm going to wrap that up here. And this kind of concludes Moses's legal instructions here. So we'll stop. It'd be a good place to stop, and then we'll finish up Deuteronomy next week. So who wants to wrap the day up? Read chapter 26. Go ahead, Talitha.
Okay, 26. And it shall be, when you come into the land which Yahuwah your Elohim is giving you as an inheritance, and you possess it and dwell in it, that you shall take some of the first of all the fruits of the soil, which you bring from your land, that Yahuwah your Elohim is giving you, and shall put it in a basket, and go to the place where Yahuwah your Elohim chooses to make his name dwell there. And you shall come to the one who is priest in those Yomim, and say to him, I shall declare today to Yahuwah your Elohim that I have come to the land which Yahuwah swore to our fathers to give us. And the priest shall take the basket from your hand, and place it before the altar of Yahuwah your Elohim. And you shall answer and say before Yahuwah your Elohim, my father was a perishing Aramean, and he went down to Mitzrayim and sojourned there with few men. And there he became a nation, great, mighty, and numerous. But the Mitzrites did evil to us, and afflicted us, and imposed hard labor on us. Then we cried out to Yahuwah, Elohim of our fathers, and Yahuwah heard our voice, and saw our affliction, and our toil, and our oppression. And Yahuwah brought us out of Mitzrayim with a strong hand, and with an outstretched arm, with great fear, and with signs and wonders. And he brought us to this place, and has given us this land, a land flowing with milk and honey. And now, see, I have brought the first fruits of the land, which you, Yahuwah, have given me. Then you shall place it before Yahuwah your Elohim, and bow down before Yahuwah your Elohim, and shall rejoice in all the good which Yahuwah your Elohim has given to you and your house, you and the Levite and the stranger who is among you.
Hold on. Okay, so here we see the first fruits offering, right? So Moses concludes all these legal instructions by commanding the Israelites to offer first fruits once they get to the promised land. Okay. And so upon settling in the promised land, they were to bring the first fruits of their harvest to the priest in a basket. And they were to recite historical creed that acknowledged Yahuwah's deliverance from Egypt, delivering them from Egypt and his provision of the land. And they were to celebrate it with the priests and strangers among them. What was the purpose of this first fruit offering? Talitha?
Gratitude?
Yeah. Gratitude. And
also maybe remembrance of, like, you know, where they came from originally, and
right.
and the things that Yahuwah did.
Okay, so Yahuwah brings them out of Egypt, so they're to bring the first fruits of the land, which Yahuwah gave them. So it's a gift, okay? And so the first fruits is gratitude, okay? And what else, man? What does this ensure? that the children of Israel do. Remember last night's study. They'll tell you. What is it? Phyllis?
Well, last night's study, you were talking about the gratitude, and that was really spoke to my heart. But wouldn't this be more like an acknowledgement that of the completion of the contract, the covenant, to bring him to the land of milk and honey that he made with Abraham?
Yes, but not exactly what I was looking for, though. Go ahead, Sandra.
So it looks like he said, and now see, I have brought the first fruits of the land which Yahuwah has given me. Then you shall place it before Yahuwah your Elohim, bow down before Yahuwah your Elohim, and shall rejoice in all the good which Yahuwah your Elohim has given you and your house, you and the Levite and the stranger who is among you. So showing gratitude and rejoicing before him for what he has provided for them. In other words, they're showing gratitude and they're humbling themselves with their first fruits. First fruits is always to honor Yahuwah.
But what does this ensure? Go ahead, Talitha.
He will continue to bless them.
The acknowledgement that Yahuwah is who gave this land. Yahuwah is who put them there, and that it's not of their own, hands or their own mind or intelligence that brought them this food or any of these things. It's to always remember so that you don't fall into like idolatry of yourself.
Right. So it ensures that they return to the giver of the gift and give him thanks and worship. Right? Remember the guy with the leprosy, the 10 lepers? Only one returned and fell at his feet and worshiped him. Right? So this is a requirement. Okay. So the other 9 did what? That didn't return. What did they do? They were only worried about the gift. Their minds were on the gift, not the giver of the gift. So only the one returned to the giver of the gift and gave him praise and fell at his feet and worshiped him and thanked him. All right. So this giving of the first fruit ensures that they return to the giver of the gifts and give thanks and worship him. Why? Why is that so important? What does it do? Talita?
To esteem him?
Nope. Sandra?
Does it keep them humble?
Nope. What does it ensure? I mean, what is it? Why is this being done? What happens? Well, look, what happened to the one man?
He was made whole.
He was made whole. He was spiritually delivered from the lake of fire. That's what that ensures. When we return back to the giver and praise him and give thanks to him and worship him, it gives us spiritual deliverance, man. The other 9 didn't get that. They were not made well. It's huge, isn't it? It's huge. Any thoughts, comments, or questions on that?
Wow.
That's huge.
Yeah. First fruit offerings, man. Powerful stuff. People always say, why does he want the first fruits? Now you know. Now you know.
Because he gave first.
Okay, so Where were we at?
We're
got-
at 12.
Oh, you're on verse 12?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Is there any other questions on the first fruits? 1 through 11 is first fruits. First fruits offering, verse 1 through 11. Okay. If not, let's continue on then.
Okay, verse 12, chapter 26. When you have completed tithing all the tithe, 10th part of your increase in the 3rd year, which is the year of tithing, and have given it to the Levite, to the stranger, to the fatherless, and to the widow, and they have eaten within your gates and have been satisfied, then you shall say before Yahuwah your Elohim, I have put away the set apart portion from my house, and also have given it to the Levite, and to the stranger, and to the fatherless, and to the widow, according to all your command which you have commanded me. I have not transgressed your commands, nor have I forgotten. I have not eaten any of it when in mourning, nor have I removed any of it for any unclean use, nor given any of it for the dead. I have obeyed the voice of Yahuwah my Elohim. I have done according to all that you have commanded me. Look from your set-apart dwelling place, from the Shamayim, and bless your people, Yasharel, and the land which you have given us, as you swore to our fathers, a land flowing with milk and honey.
Okay, hang on. Okay, so this is the 3rd year tithe, right? So verse 12 through 15, we can see is the 3rd year tithe. Okay. So every 3 years, a special tithe was given to the Levites, to the strangers, to the orphans, and to the widows, right? So this act of care for the vulnerable, the weak, the needy here, was followed by a confession that they obeyed all instructions and a prayer for blessing. Is there any comments, thoughts, or questions about the 3rd year tithing? Why did they do this? What do you think the reason was behind the 3rd year tithe? What did it do? There was a purpose for it. What was that purpose? What did it accomplish? Phyllis, go ahead.
It was to provide for the priesthood and for the people that didn't have anything else, any land or anything to eat.
Right. And so what was the emphasis on that then? What did that emphasize? The point of it. Sandra?
Is it the same thing as passing the love test?
In a way, it is, yeah.
When I was hungry, you fed me. When I was thirsty, you gave me drink. When I was in prison, you visited me. When I was sick, you visited me. So
I'd say so, yeah. Yeah.
It's reverencing him.
Yeah. So this 3rd year tithe, I've done every 3 years, okay. Emphasize gratitude again. So gratitude and social responsibility for others. So yeah, loving your neighbor, providing for others. So it emphasizes gratitude and social responsibility as well. Matter of fact, the whole chapter is about that, really. And remembrance. So gratitude, social responsibility, and remembrance. is what this whole chapter really is about, right? Okay. Thoughts, comments, questions? Third year tithe, Talita?
Yeah, more of a comment because, like just of the progression of things, like the first year
Mhm.
is the first fruits,
Mhm.
right? Showing the gratitude. Then the second year, I guess, would be like, that's for you. Because the first year it's kind of a gift, then it's for you, for your family or whatever, and then by the third year you're in abundance. So it's like spreading that love, spreading that gift to go further, because at that point you have an abundance of
Yeah,
growth.
good stuff. Yeah, really good stuff, man. Thank you for that. Anybody else? Phyllis?
Do you mind if we backtrack just a minute? Because
Yeah.
I was just thinking about the first fruits.
Mhm.
And is there any relationship to that at all, of the first fruits that we observe during Passover?
Mhm. Yeah, there's a lot of connection there.
And that would relate also to Yahushua's being the first fruits.
Absolutely. Yeah. Good stuff. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Everybody seeing the relationship and all this? How this leads to deliverance of the Ruach? Wow. The power of Yahuwah, man. His mind is something else. Wow. Go ahead, Sandra.
I just want Talita to say that again so I can really, really get it. That was really good.
Okay, so I was saying the first year of the growth, you give the first fruits, right? So that it's the gift, like Yahuwah gave you the gift of the land flowing with milk and honey. Now you're harvesting this land and you're giving this gift of gratitude back. Right, by the second year, that year is like for you, for your family, maybe to preserve and to take things that now your family is set. And then by the third year you're in abundance, you have so much now that it's you should also now be sharing that and giving. So that's the year that you're required to give it to others, because now you have so much overflow that you can give to others without you starving or your family, like and then if everyone was to do that, then you wouldn't have starving people in the world or any of that stuff, because everyone has that responsibility to share. And I was also thinking, like, this, it also relates to the 10 Commandments, in the sense of, like, the first commandment, and it deals with Yahuwah and loving Yahuwah, and then the second one is love thy neighbor, right? So within these 3 years, it's like also a kind of a completion of the commandments, in a sense. I don't know. I see like a little bit of a foreshadow there, which is basically Yahuwah teaching us how to love, right?
Thoughts,
Thank
comments,
you. Thank you. Thank you. Very good.
thoughts, comments, questions? Okay, let's continue on.
Okay. So we are at chapter 26, verse 16. Today, Yahuwah, your Elohim, is commanding you to do these laws and right rulings. And you shall guard and do them with all your heart and with all your being. You have today caused Yahuwah to proclaim to be your Elohim, and to walk in his ways, and guard his laws, and his commands, and his right rulings, and to obey his voice. And Yahuwah has caused you to proclaim today to be his people, a treasured possession, as he has spoken to you, and to guard all his commands, so as to set you high above all nations, which he has made, for a praise, and for a name, and for esteem, and for you to be a set-apart people to Yahuwah, your Elohim, as he has spoken.
All right. Thanks, Talita. Okay, so 16 through 19, here's a commitment, a covenant commitment, if you will. 16 through 19, covenant commitment. So yeah, Moses is concluding here and by reminding the Israelites to keep Yahuwah's instructions, his laws, with all of their heart. And in turn, Yahuwah affirms Israel is his treasured possession, a set apart nation, set apart for his esteem, for his praise, his name sake, and for his esteem. Okay, is why he is doing it, or did it, or chose them, if you will. His praise, his name, his esteem, and for you to be a set apart people of Yahuwah, your Elohim, as he has spoken. Okay, so anybody got thoughts, comments, or questions on chapter 26 here? So this pretty much concludes the legal instructions. So let's talk about the main theme here. Okay, so this particular chapter 26 functions as the conclusion, if you will, of Deuteronomy chapter 12 through 25. So we could say this was the conclusion chapter, if you will, to the laws instituted in Deuteronomy 12 through 25. It acts as a final celebratory dedication of their life, and is there in their life going into the land flowing with milk and honey, into the promised land, which means, by the way, prosperity and health, milk and honey. Okay, so it would be health and prosperity, if you will, a land filled with health and prosperity. So let's talk about the main themes here then. One being remembrance. Somebody define that or explain that. Remembrance and what it means, what it does for us, why Yahuwah is wanting that remembrance. Anybody? Phyllis?
I'll make a stab. Whenever they forgot to remember Yahuwah and the proper way to worship him, they turned to paganism and worshiped idols. And they had to remember to keep the commandments because it was really hard for them to do that.
That's right. And what else? What did it help? What does it help us do, or what did it help them do? Talita?
Well, what I was going to say is, yeah, it helps to keep us humble and to keep us in worship of Yahuwah, and to, again, like Phyllis said, to keep us like in obedience, basically. And if we stay in obedience, then we don't fall into these other things, this idol worship or any of this. If we stay in Yahuwah, then we don't fall into the kind of pagan, the other lifestyle, the world. We don't get caught up in it.
Roz?
Order and right ruling. Keeps it in order. Do it in the way that he wants it to be done. That's keeping it in order, and it's his right ruling.
Yeah. So I put all this into a nutshell. Anybody else got anything to say or comment on? Talitha?
It sets us apart to be, which is what he wants us to be, a possession for him, to be set apart from the rest.
Yeah. Anything else? Okay, so let's say that remembrance or recounting the past or Yahuwah's past actions, such as when he brought them out of the land of Israel, right? Or I mean, out of the land of Egypt. Remembering that, he reminds them of that a lot, doesn't he? And so there's a reason behind that, and that is because this will maintain their gratitude. Okay, so let's say that remembrance, recounting Yahuwah's past actions, helps to maintain gratitude. Okay. It keeps us going back, doesn't it? All right, so how about generosity and responsibility? There's a lot of that here. So what does that do? The generosity and responsibility. Roz?
It was given freely, and we freely give. It has to do with what we grow or what we have been given in by lessons or anything like that. Anything.
Anybody else? Generosity and personal responsibility. What does it ensure? Phyllis?
That there shouldn't be poor among you. No one should be going hungry.
There you go. So let's say that generosity and responsibility ensures the support of the poor and the vulnerable, such as strangers, widows, and the fatherless. Okay, how about covenant renewal? How about covenant renewal? What does it do? Roz?
Keeps it fresh in the mind of the betrothal, that we're still married to the Father Yahuwah, and that just keeps it there. It's like people that go and get remarried at 50, years of marriage, then they get remarried again, or however long or often that they do it. That's a reenactment of the original covenant that made with him with the marriage vows.
Yeah, real good. Anybody else? Thoughts, comments, questions? Covenant renewal. Anybody else? Anything you want to say about it? Okay. Yeah, so Ross was spot on there. So covenant renewal is a reaffirming the partnership between Yahuwah and his bride, or Yahuwah and his chosen people, his treasured possession. Reaffirms the partnership between Yahuwah and his people, Israel. Covenant renewal. Okay, so that's pretty much it for the day. And we'll start back up on 27 next week, and we'll finish the Torah then as we go. 27 through 33 will wrap it up. And can't wait. Oh, actually, I think it's 34. There's 34 chapters. I'm sorry. So 27 through 34 next week. And we'll wrap up the Torah. So don't miss it. If you went this far, you might as well finish it. Any thoughts, comments, or questions on today's study? Any thoughts, comments, on questions about last night's study? Phyllis.
Well, you already talked about it, but I just wanted to share my insight with the of the 10 lepers that were healed, the 9 kept going to the priest. They still had their healing, but they didn't get the special gift that the one that returned and thanked him for. And I never thought about that before, the fact that they still all had the same healing, but the one with the gratitude, that really touched me, Mark. Thank you.
Oh, steam to Yosha. Yeah, I mean, wow, that just goes to show you who sustains everybody, even the evil. People think that he doesn't, but he does. If he didn't sustain the wicked and the evil ones, the demons, everything, they wouldn't exist. So just the fact that they're alive and with us is proof that he loves them. Because if he didn't love them, they wouldn't be here, man. So obviously he loves them. So yeah, we all receive the gift, right? But the wellness, the wholesomeness, the completeness, the spiritual deliverance was only for that one. The one that went back to the giver, got down in front of him to his feet, and showed thanksgiving and gratitude for the gift, was made whole and received spiritual healing, spiritual deliverance from the disease. Go ahead, Ross.
And he was a Samaritan.
And
So
he was a Samaritan.
And he was a stranger, so he's a stranger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Brought into the fold because of thanking Father.
That's right. That's right. So that keeps you humble. At least it should. Anybody else? Any thoughts, comments, or questions? Today's study, last night's study? If not, I'll turn it over to y'all. Do whatever you want. Let me know if you want off of here. You talk, do whatever. Sing, dance, say a psalms, quote proverbs, whatever you want to do. Who
I
caught
wanted to
that?
show some. Huh?
I'm sorry. Who caught that big fish anyway? That bass. Joe, did you catch that? That was June.
No, not Joe. He helped me get it in the net. It was so heavy I couldn't get it in the net myself.
Big old Florida strain, huh?
How many husbands can say their wife caught a 10-pound bass?
I'm telling you. Okay,
One.
Ross. Go ahead. Yeah.
I wanted this when I had talked about growing my own microgreens. This you can put in your window, and it's got a tray that you have the holes in it, so that you can do it. So I know that y'all were looking for something like that, Talitha, and I know JJ was too, but it's on Amazon.
Oh, okay. Talitha, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make mention, it was a little late, so I didn't talk about it before, but when you were talking about, does it say anywhere in scripture that you can't have more than one wife? And it doesn't. However, it does talk about that when you are married, that the two of you become one flesh. So I don't know. I know that's not saying to have only one wife, but I do feel like I don't know, it sounds to me like it's still, it doesn't make sense if you have more, then how are you all becoming one flesh?
Well, the same way. That would be the same way as the body, you know what I mean? And so there's many in the body, but we're one body, you know. So you would bring them into under the cover of the one husband, and so
Okay.
they would be one. As far as that goes, I mean, there's no doubting what Scripture says, but there is sometimes, the inability to understand, and we all need edification. All of us need that. And so sometimes there's things that come up and we scratch our head, but with a little bit of prayer and asking Yahuwah gift of edification and discernment, we can eventually understand what's going on. Go ahead, Ross.
In Genesis 1, he only had the one wife that was given to him. Only one rib was taken out. So that to me has always said that there was one wife for him in the first place. So that would, the rest of the time it doesn't say that. So.
Anybody else got any thoughts, comments, or questions? Y'all, anybody got anything they want to do or say? Song, song, below, everybody wants one. All right, y'all, I don't want to say nothing. I'm going to call on Joe to get me out of here. Take us out of here, Joe.
Go, Joe.
Yahuwah bless you and guard you. Yahuwah make his face shine upon you and show favor to you. Yahuwah lift up his face upon you and give you peace. Thus they shall put my name on the children of Israel, and I myself shall bless them.
Baruch haba b'shem Yahuwah.
Baruch haba
Baruch
b'shem
haba
Yahuwah.
Baruch haba b'shem.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank
All
you,
I
Brother
can
Mark.
say to you, June and Joe,
Thank you.
stay away from those
Thank you.
alligators.
Bye.
Hey,
Real
June, how's your daughter doing?
Oh, Juliana is really, she's doing very well. She went to the doctor this week and they say it's just a miraculous healing. She's healing so quickly from her broken bones. They said that's an unusual thing that they don't normally see. So she's now able to put a little bit of weight on her right foot. Hallelujah. And so we're seeing progression. So she's doing very, very well.
Thank you.
Well. Hallelujah.
Thank you for asking.
Yeah. Praise
Yeah,
Yahushua.
no, for sure.
Yes. Answer.
It looks very nice.
That's amazing.
It looks very nice. Your setup over there. The breeze is blowing your hair. It's sunny.
Oh
with
yeah,
blue
it's
skies.
beautiful here in Malacca. It's beautiful.
Going after him again this next week.
Yeah, next week we'll starting tomorrow. I guess we'll go. And then we get to see Miss Jobs tomorrow. Yay!
See who? Who are you going to see?
Juan, Mr. Three Jobs. Yeah.
Oh,
Meeting him for lunch.
Yeah, we're gonna meet him for lunch tomorrow.
Oh,
So,
cool.
yeah.
give him our love.
Oh, I will. I will.
Where is that? Down by West Palm Beach or somewhere? Is that where that's at?
We're about 45 minutes from Jacksonville Beach.
Oh,
yeah.
Jackson North?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Oh,
We're south of Jacksonville.
yeah, we're south of We're on St. Johns River.
Oh, doing well.
We're considered northern Florida.
Yeah.
So it's like central?
Yeah.
Northern?
Yeah,
A little
kinda.
bit north of Central.
Yeah, I think Chance is further down. He's more
is.
central. He's out
3
there near.
hours.
He's a little past Tampa, I think. So
What's
right
Chance
now,
doing
Oh,
down
Chance?
Chance is
I
yeah.
thought he was in.
on vacation?
Wait, in vacation because he lives in somewhere else, no? Another
He's
state.
in Minnesota, but Chance's
Minnesota.
mother has been sick, so he went down to see her.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he and his family.
26-hour drive.
Yeah.
Oh
so-
wow!
Yeah.
So did you guys meet with Chance also? No.
Well, he's 3 hours away from us, so
Oh, okay.
he's supposed to get in touch with me when he heads back and see if we can hopefully
Yeah.
see each other on his way back home. So we don't know if we'll be able to work that out, but we're going to try.
How far is
Oh.
John from you where you're at?
He's 45 minutes. Yeah, he's 45 minutes. Yeah,
He is Jacksonville.
yeah, he is Jacksonville. He works. He said he lives near Flagler Beach. I think he said. So
Oh, I've been there.
yeah.
Next out in the hurricane in Flagler Beach.
Yeah.
How long are you guys staying there for?
We're here 2.5 weeks. So yeah, we just finished a week, so we got a week and a half to go, and then we're going to pick up Julie on the way back through and get her back set up at the house.
It's all downhill now that she's already caught a 10-pounder.
Joe's real excited about the fish.
I got a 4-pounder yesterday.
We're having fun, so
Sounds like
we always have a lot of fun up here. It's just a small community, so it's a good place to just sit back and relax, and you get to know people really quick. So
It's a little fish camp.
yeah, it's kind of like a fish
We've
camp.
been coming. This is our 7th year.
That's cool.
Yeah, it's been a long time. We've been coming for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, been a while. But yeah, we're enjoying it. So we're going to be so happy to see. Hopefully, we
Great
get to see
job.
Chance. Yeah, and then we see Juan tomorrow. So we're so excited about seeing our brother.
Brothers.
Yeah, so
So wait,
excited.
so your daughter's not with you?
No, Juliana
Oh.
did not come. She couldn't come. It was
Oh,
Yeah.
right.
Moments.
yeah. So her sisters are taking turns with her. So
Nice.
yeah, they're alternating. at her house. And
Well,
take
that's the nice thing of having a big family, right? It's like
yes, it
you
is.
rely a little bit more on people.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Now, Julie hasn't called you and said, "Mom, I'm starving because my sisters can't agree whose time it is."
She's already told me yesterday. She says, "Oh, Mom, they're doing the best they can, and I appreciate it." But she said, "Fast food's just not getting it."
You said the first day you're back, I'm coming back to your house.
I know it. She says, "I miss you, Mom," and I said, "Well, you would think you haven't lived with me. You know, it's been over 10 years," and she talks like she lives there all the time. But anyway, she's doing fine. She's doing fine right now, and she said we really needed a break, especially after the last 6 weeks. It's been real hard, but yeah, we're seeing progress. She's
That's
doing
fantastic.
yeah, so that's good. All right. Well, I guess we're saying goodbye. So we're gonna sit back and
Fishing, okay.
Shalom.
Man.
so yeah.
Bye, Mikael.
Bye.
Where'd Sandra go?
Yeah, she's dropped off. Okay, we love you guys.
He's not. Bye. Love you guys. Bye.
Love you. Take care.